Yeah, we have like the exact same team. So nothing but speed ties in here. Oh boy. I know you and you know me. Goodness, actually, chomp. Like chomp is a must bring. Melodic. Azor with these. I just don't know what Zard would do besides click fire moves and maybe solar into melodic. Immunity Zard. Yeah, that makes sense. Switch here. Which does not feel great, of course. I got either. Hmm. What do I know Mega? Hmm. I could maybe snipe the view. I double connect in there. Like goes. It's one seat. CC, honestly. Sash, White Herb. he just completely blew. I go instant here. Just send an EQ. Screw it, bro. E6 drop frames. It's fine. Let's get a double KO here. His last chunk. It's faster. Speed die. See if I can get mine. See if I can get my sleep powder. Attack. And that's fine. Punch. Question is, does he protect Chunk here? Or Zard? And he's been protecting. No, man. Unlucky. Okay, one round. One. I don't know how I feel. Might do sizzle. It is stopping at double. Something. I didn't really double. Soon. Look at the items. It's fun. Still go. Lamau, the speed tie. Speed tie central. Is it free rock slide? I guess. Might swing with Chomp anyway. I'm afraid of. Just take a rock slide and just fake it out because it's hard to do solar beam you. Just lose on that call. Active. Low rolled on the sword. It's okay. Lynch. Chomp is that guy. Right, now he's speed tie. Protect. You. 1. Lived on 2, because of course you did. And turn his sun. Sludge. Go back to Zord. It's probably wrong sequencing because there's one turn his sun left. Very weak to the jump. Alright, at least it's a game 3 situation. At least we didn't get totally boomed round 1. Am I? Jump. It's really. I just don't play speed tie. Hard. I need Chomp either way. Screw it. Yeah, Chomp is like essential in this. Very greedy swing. I'm gonna call you switching Chomp out. To what is the question? I'll take that. And I flushed him. Protect Chomp or Zard into parting shot. I was gonna Dragon Claw slot too. This guy. Oh. What's my Venusaur gone? Could have doubled into the Sin. Nice protect. Being parting my job. That again. He's thinking I respect the switch into Zard EQ. Like you have to get your instant out of there. I just get your pump. This -1. Bird? Just use it. I can clean up this. Sorry. Rock slide. No. I'm able to get this. Good. Should clean up easily. IR. Air claw shenanigans. Activated, yeah. One of these has to land. Get the double KO. Okay, this one cleans up the sash. This helps, yeah. Seals it now. The only thing would be backslide from jump here. I just have to get sort out. Yeah, I just have to connect that wave and slide. I don't know the safe route here. It's all just speed, guys. Oh, go. I won a lot of speed ties there. We were the same sets. GG's. Yeah, he's asking me if the jump was 1 point faster. But take those. Of course we do. I must pee.
This Milotic
coming in would be able to benefit from the leech seed right now. Like, it's going to happen until the melodic gets swapped out. Don't remember my mechanics exactly there, but yeah, I don't know. Your opponent's side having Tailwind and having both your Pokemon like well below 1/4 health at this point, this is a very scary position for Pengy. He's going to have to figure out something to do quickly at this point.
The margins are very low on the Penguins, and you can't get any turns wrong here if you want to win this game. But definitely looks good on the end of DT36 here, being able to threaten immense amount of damage, also having Tailwind up. You know that you're going to be moving first this turn, and we're just going to see the Rage Patter here on the end of Pengy.
Yeah, is this going to be Bascu Legion? Okay, so Aqua Jet, I think this is comfortable knockout on the Talonflame at this point. Let's see what Melodic is going for into this Scovillain. Like, I have to imagine this might be something like a Scald, but is it going to be enough to knock out at this point?
Let's see, it's a neutral type attack.
Not quite!
Scovillain lives on 3 hit points, and Basculegion does get the leftovers recovery here.
Oh, so between leftovers and burn.
Oh my gosh, this is going to be a 2v2 situation. No, I lied. It's going to be a
1v2.
A 1v2.
Yeah, because we've seen Hydreigon went down early, then Talonflame and Melodic going down there. What is this? Ooh, Tyranitar is probably one of the Pokemon that you're going to be more happy to see here, but I don't know. Aren't we working with, is it 1 or 2 more turns of Tailwind right now?
It's one or two more turns of Tailwind, I believe. I believe it's 2, no, actually.
Because it was Tailwind, and then, I think this is just 1.
It should be just 1. Scovillain does go down here due to sand. If I'm... you're in a weird position if you're DT36 because you can't attack the Scovillian because then
Oh, exactly. Yeah. So Scovillain doesn't just want to like protect or anything. It is going to force Tyranitar to take it down this turn.
Yeah.
So yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. If you're Tyranitar, you have your own tier 1. You might as well just need to protect.
Yes.
To avoid that burn.
Yes. So we're going to see Mega Tyranitar on the field. Is it going to be a protect on the end of DT36? It's going to be Aqua Jet.
This is really consequential because by going for this Aqua Jet, I think this might be an opening for Tyranitar to respond.
And it's
with
just going to be a
something
rock
like
slide, but it's going to miss one. It's going to miss the Scovillian. Scovillian's going to be able to
No,
attack.
the double
miss! The double miss! And overheat into the end of the Tyranitar. Tyranitar should eat this up pretty well. But I think Tailwind ends this turn.
And with Tailwind ending, Basculegion is very often going to be trained to outrun a Tyranitar. Not all the time, but very often. This does not look like a Basculegion that's invested in its bulk stat, which is making me think that speed stat is going to be a little bit higher.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you, Chopper, here. What an unfortunate double miss here. I believe if it would have landed on the Basculegion, it would have probably picked up a double knockout.
The miss on the Scovillain didn't matter too much. I don't think overheat is Tyranitar's biggest problem here. Let's see how this plays out, though. Like, we still don't actually know the speed interaction between these two. However, so it's another Aqua Jet. It's not enough to knock out. This is this Basculegion choice locked, or does it just think Tyranitar is faster?
Wow. Well,
is it another turn of Tailwind?
No, Tailwind had
okay,
petered.
So it did expire.
Tailwind had petered. I would have to assume the way that they're playing, they had flip turn, so I want to assume that it's choice card.
Oh, you know what? And what might be throwing me off is because we saw Basculegion be slower than the Hydreigon. I think they might have both been choice scarf sets.
Exactly.
Okay.
So I believe that's going to be DT36 game here. We do see the 1-1 on the end.
Yeah, that is one of the funny features of like we're very lucky to be able to watch more games in Champions just by like kind of hopping into someone else's game like this. This was not exactly possible back in the last generation of Scarlet and Violet to be able to show you sets like kind of in the middle like this. You don't need a capture card or anything for us to be able to tune into your games, and that's really fun.
And for the viewers' experience, that's amazing because it's more Pokemon for you guys. That's just what we've always wanted, right? Being able to showcase more matches, showcase high level content of players, and I'm looking forward to seeing that throughout this tournament and future tournaments coming and the official streams as well.
Yeah, even if we can't show you the whole story of the set, I think being able to show you how it wraps up is really important, especially like in a Game 3 scenario like that. Both players have been battle tested. They've found a strategy that won them a game and a strategy that lost them a game, and can choose what they think is going to work out the best for them in that Game 3. However, it's Pengi taking the loss and Dan T taking the win in that set.
Yeah, Dan T, the double rock slide miss, we definitely reacted a bit, but Dan T's Tyranitar showing that, that defense stat, they're able to withstand some hits, right? Taking that overheat. I think it was Aqua Jet crit into overheat.
Aqua Jet crit, overheat crit, Aqua Jet again. Mega Tyranitar are a very tanky Pokemon, though. Just getting such like a strong boost in its attack and both of its defense, and then a smaller boost in its speed stat just to be an extremely well-rounded Pokemon. I think like Mega Tyranitar are really not one of the flashiest Megas like Floette, Gengar, Charizard that have these like really overpowering abilities that are unique to the Mega form. Not how Tyranitar works, and that's okay.
And we're gonna jump in.
Oh, another game that might. Oh, replay.
Okay, so we see that Mega Evolve. This is gonna be a replay for you guys. That Mega Tyranitar here. We're gonna see that Aqua Jet on the end of Basculegion crit this Tyranitar, bringing it not even down to half health, which is kind of crazy. But they rock slide here. The double miss, which was, if I saw this and if I was playing this game, I would tremble. But the overheat, going into Tyranitar basically eating that up, right, with that special defense stat in the sand. You can't break that down,
because
man.
As soon as you see the miss on Basculegion and the one on Scovillain, it's like, oh my god, at this point now I have to.
I am back with a nice apple. I just left you guys with mainstream.
The first time I'm happy. It's suddenly like a game that Dan might have thought is like, okay, this in my favor. I'm winning this, 90, 99% of the time. Suddenly, I'm going to have to survive another Aqua Jet. Tyranitar really showing one of the reasons why someone would use it, though. It just really has such a high physical defense.
Why is the window capture being
like and adaptability? Aqua Jet, Tyranitar.
Get to the screen, damn it.
Tyranitar was definitely eating.
Hey there.
With all those attacks on it. But that being said, that's 3 Mega T-Tars that we've seen so far. Just in round 1, just showcasing a little bit of the 2 matches. Like, Mega T-Tar, I didn't expect to see that much so early.
Watching that flinch, able to go for
T-Tar is good.
Let's see how Corviknight is able to follow this up. Can Corviknight win the game this turn? Need to be really strong in enough
itself, not even needing the mega item.
And we still have a rig eye.
Thoughts on Megatita?
What the
Wait,
hell
so
is
I
that?
think, like, initially, kind of like you said, it's not
I
something
didn't even
that
know
really
Lone Raichu was in
goes
this
off of meta, but
in
then seeing like how it's
SV.
used on some of these sand teams that don't necessarily need a second mega, whereas a
Gozo,
Pokemon, like, you can bring it a non-mega and
Raichu,
feel fine, like we saw
Sable,
Necro doing. I think
Right,
it
and
really is
Elias.
actually like probably maybe on the lower end of the top 5 megas. Like,
Okay.
be hard to think like right offhand exactly
Oh my
what those
god,
are.
look
But
how
yeah,
big this
I
is.
think Tyranitar is really, really strong in something. This is not the last you're gonna see of it.
Okay. Speaking about top out, you said you couldn't think of it. All right, give me your top 3.
Top 3.
Missed round, missed,
I think
missed, missed,
Floette
missed.
and Charizard have to be up
Missed.
there. I think you like if you don't think those are in your top 3,
And
like,
then
what do you
people
say?
got some buys.
You know, I've been seeing a lot of discourse about people like talking about the usage, the top 8 stats from the VR from the last event, and I believe there was no Mega Floette in the top 8, and a lot of Floette counters, and I'm like, that's
Boys. Yeah. Bring it with no sound. Awesome. Great stream. Streaming, Nick. No, I'm just the greatest streamer ever. Ever. My god, yours is the greatest streamer ever. Yo, I'm dropping crazy frames. It's because I have 2 live streams on simultaneously while live streaming at 2 platforms. No, that couldn't be it, right? You wonder why they don't do voice acting. Mouse the words. Not really, but mine's the words maybe. Same. I know. Why are you saying it twice? I don't know. Muting for eating.
It's not a surprise to see it. It's interesting to see how well each individual Pokemon does here, because the most common is the Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta as a pair, but Miraidon is the most common in general.
Yeah, still not seeing a Giratina on this list though, not gonna lie.
Yeah, that's .01.
I mean, I'd be intrigued to see the stats between it and Groudon, for example. You know, Groudon definitely seems to be washed out of the competition at the minute because Kyogre is the one out of those weather Pokemon that is here to stay. It's doing incredibly well at the moment, can apply a lot of pressure and Tailwind with something like the Water Spout as well, but Terrapagos, this is a Pokemon that I think everybody they have a soft spot for. It's a very majestic Pokemon. It can do a lot of damage with that Terra Starstorm, but it does require that setup, substitute, Carmine, these types of things. But a lot of trainers still want it to do well. They're still trying to crack the Terrapagos code.
Yeah, and we've seen that feature twice on stream already to actually very reasonable success. And it's not a surprise to see these 8. As far as I'm concerned, these are the main 8, maybe even the only 8 that you should reasonably pick from. Obviously, Eduardo has completely disagreed with us with the Giratina that will be able to feature very shortly, but just what you pair with the Restricted does actually come into play as well, because there's a lot of Pokemon that are very, very consistent and able to work very well in a Restricted format, and I can think, again, it's no surprise to see these 12.
I fully agree, and at the beginning of the show, you know, we were talking about a lot of these support Pokemon. Obviously, Incineroar and Rillaboom, we know, are incredibly good at being able to be the pivoting pals, in and out with U-turn, parting shot, fake out, these types of things. But then Chien-Pao, particularly the adjustment we're seeing where trainers are dropping that Focus Sash and putting this Assault Vest on it, has given it a new lease of life in this meta at the moment, as well as some other great key supporters. We've got, you know, the Amoonguss, sometimes the Brute Bonnet, as well as that Chi-Yu. A Pokemon on this list, though, that I personally haven't seen a lot of today is that Iron Hands.
Yeah, and I'm surprised by 14%. I shouldn't be, because it is a really good Pokemon, and they paired with Miraidon. It's won the World Championships paired with Miraidon back in the single restricted format, and it's actually won it just even when we didn't have restricted. It's won Worlds twice, so it should still work in this double restricted format, and it seems to be reasonably used. 14% is still really high.
Yeah.
But I can't really remember many other anything else.
I mean, the other thing that surprises me is that Whimsicott is not only above Amoonguss, but above Raging Bolt as well. I feel like Raging Bolt is that more kind of sturdy, reliable, tough Pokemon that particularly if you can be in electric terrain with Miraidon, or you can even get a Calm Mind boost up, that's when it can start really unleashing damage. But it's such a difficult Pokemon to get off the field, right? Whereas Whimsicott, in counterpart, is often very easy to remove. It has a lot of weaknesses, and a lot of those Pokemon are out there in the field, and it is traditionally running Covert Cloak, not Focus Sash.
Yep.
I mean, maybe it's borrowed the Focus Sash from Chien-Pao nowadays, I don't know.
I guess so, yeah, and it's entirely reasonable. It's almost certainly Covert Cloak or Focus Sash. I do like the adaptation of Assault Vest on Chien-Pao, mainly because it was the set that I started to try and popularize and completely failed, and people waited 2 years to actually believe me, but it was able to overtake Rillaboom on the usage as well. It's usually Incineroar, Urshifu, Rillaboom, and what else? But Chien-Pao's actually taken that third place slot from Rillaboom.
I feel this is a trend with you sometimes. You're often ahead of your time with calling out metas and things like that, and then
Yes,
sometimes,
I am.
yeah, and you know, you have that wisdom, but we need to sort out your time traveling a little bit. You know,
guess so.
Get that on schedule. But seems like it is time to jump over to our main stage. Our trainers are ready and waiting. This is your community choice for our final round of Phase 1.
Yeah, it's almost time for Giratina. We never see Giratina. It's going to be so cool. And to be honest, I think it matches up really well into Shadow Rider Zamazenta. It's got access to Shadow Sneak, and that's able to threaten a one-hit knockout, even by being just a tiny little weak priority move with the Grisius Orb that's going to give it the boost as well. That should allow it to KO. And all you need to do is break the Focus Sash, and then suddenly Giratina beats both the Zamazenta because it's immune to Body Press, and it beats the Calyrex because it will just Shadow Sneak it. I mean, I'm assuming it has Shadow Sneak, at least from what I understand, given we never see it. Giratina Origins run Shadow Sneak, but
This is your hypothesis for now.
it is my hypothesis.
Predictions.
Yes.
You mean, get your predictions in chat as well. Let us know kind of what you're thinking this Giratina is going to be cooking up. We have seen a lot of those priority moves out there today. A lot of Sucker Punch, a lot of Thunderclap. So I would anticipate a Shadow Sneak maybe being there. I think there's wisdom behind that.
Yeah, I think so.
More than I've got.
I think it makes even more sense when you pair it with the Chien-Pao that can go for Sucker Punch, and you pair it with the Entei that can go for Extreme Speed as well, getting all that priority going. So, yeah, that could be entirely reasonable here.
Yeah, and I think sometimes that's what can really make or break a game, particularly with speed control being so dominant. And I think it's a tried and tested thing. You kind of need speed control no matter the format. But at the minute, when I was talking to Victor Medina, he said it's really, really important right now to have some kind of control, some kind of way to still maneuver if your opponent is able to get the speed advantage, for example. So having those priority moves, I think, is really important on team building right now.
Yeah, it definitely is. We'll be able to see the accomplishments coming out from both of these trainers very, very shortly. I mentioned Giovanni Piscatelli has found some reasonable success across the years, has been competing for quite a few. I remember the name going back quite a few years at this point, and just running something very consistent. No surprise there. A lot of trainers that are veterans in the game do opt to go for consistency and the tried and true Pokemon because they have the experience behind them to be able to back themselves up. As you can see, going all the way back to 2020 for a top 8 in the DC Open, was able to reach the finals in 2022, and that was in a double restricted format as well. Back when we had Dynamax top 8 at Liverpool in 23, and then actually pretty recently, second region we had of the season, top 16.
That's a lot of good, consistent finishes here, particularly that finalist position back in 2022. So Giovanni knows what it takes to be able to go through a potential phase 2 of a competition or even a top cut scenario. So he's going to be looking here in Prague to try and take the #1 spot and lock up that golden ticket for the World Championships. Eduardo on the opposing side, though, more recently has that finish and the Bologna Special Championships, top 128, wants to be able to go even further in this competition.
Yeah, and here's Giovanni's team. With respect, we've seen this before. There's no surprises. I guess Sharp Beak to boost the damage output onto one is.
That's a bit new.
Yeah, that's cool. This is all expected. I think we all expected this point. I'm just waiting to get onto the Giratina.
Wait, I do have a question for you, though. Something I haven't spotted. I mean, I'm still getting used to seeing Assault
Okay,
Vest
yeah.
on the Chi and Pao, but the ground terrestrialization, talk us through that.
Yeah, true. It tends to be poison or ghost
that's what I'm
at the
thinking.
World Championship. And I would assume that on most of these teams, you don't tend to often terror the Chien-Pao. Ground would just be much better against Miraidon. So if you're going up against a Choice Scarf or Choice Specs Miraidon, just making yourself immune and taking Volt Switch or Electro Drift off the table either forces you into Draco Meteor, which starts to drop your special attack, or into Dazzling Gleam, which can be white guarded by the Zamazenta. So Poison and Ghost make the most sense with Dark and Ice, just defensively, make yourself immune or at least resisting the fighting type attacks that would otherwise one-hit KO the Chien-Pao. Ground Will to make you neutral, that's fine, you'll still survive.
That helps.
And then it will help against Poison Miraidon, which maybe the team does end up needing help with.
Well, I guess a Miraidon with the Hadron Engine online is still too much for an Assault Vest, necessarily. So having that ground typing can give you a lot of flexibility. Of course, the Zamazenta and the Calyrex, such a strong combination of restricted duos there. Interestingly enough, you've got the Encore on that Calyrex, something that Eduardo is going to have to bear in mind as we start picking away at this team. So the Giratina does indeed have the Shadow Sneak, but we've got the Poltergeist and the Draco Meteor on there.
Yeah, so it is going to be a mixed attacker for Giratina. It actually has the same attack and special attack base, so it's entirely reasonable to go for a mixed attack. That does mean you tend to go for a minus speed nature, and actually Giratina ends up pretty slow, so it's probably going to be moving second a lot of the time, but maybe it's not because it's got access to the Shadow Snake to get that priority going. As mentioned, Sucker Punch and Extreme Speed can come out as extra priority, as well as Aqua Jet and Grassy Glide. We didn't even mention the obvious ones because we see Urshifu and Rillaboom so often. I guess we're just used to that. But actually, 5 of those Pokemon out of the 6 have a priority move available to them.
Oh, so indeed being able to have that pressure in or outside of the speed control of your opponent could give Eduardo an advantage here. I like as well, seeing on Giovanni's side that Zamazenta is running the Dragon Terrestrialization. That's something that the Draco Meteor and Giratina will be looking to try and get a land on. So something interesting to bear in mind.
Yeah, for sure. The Giratina, it should be really good in this match. Again, so long as the sash has been broken on the Calyrex, it beats both restricteds. That is a small caveat, but that should be achievable given the amount of priority that you have available. Sucker Punch will be able to bring it down to the Focus Sash. Urshifu outspeeds with a Choice Scarf and will be able to break the Focus Sash. Even just Grassy Glide, it won't be able to do much. Entei can't do it. It's immune.
Yeah.
Extreme Speed won't be able to break that Focus Sash. But yeah, so long as the Giratina's positioned here, I think it's looking pretty good.
I mean, I like the look at this Entei as well with the Choice Band. That's something you really cannot underestimate. A Sacred Fire going into like a Mungus, for example, or the Chien-Pao, that is certainly going to be able to deal a huge amount of damage. But I'm not sure that Entei is going to be the best choice of Pokemon in this match. We'll have to find out, however. We're jumping straight into Swiss Round 8. Amoonguss, the beautiful shiny form with the purple to match its counterpart here with the Calyrex, Shadow Rider on Giovanni's side against the Chien-Pao and Rillaboom of Eduardo.
Yeah, so no restricted Pokemon coming out in the lead for Eduardo. There is that Grassy Surge getting that grassy terrain. And now you do threaten a Grassy Glide and a Sucker Punch into the Calyrex to be able to pick up that knockout. The Grassy Glide can't be redirected, but Amoonguss can actually keep the Calyrex safe from the Chien-Pao at least. But it is still threatened by the massive Icicle Crash. Amoonguss tend to be run very physically bulky so they can survive that attack, and then it would be able to respond with the Spore into the opposing Chien-Pao. But this one is not the Assault Vest. It could go for the Protect if it did want. Maybe you can go for a Protect and a U-turn into the Amoonguss. That will get a tiny bit of chip to put it in range of Rash. If you expect the Amoonguss to go on the defensive or maybe supportive, you can Focus Fire on that Calyrex as well. So it's not going to be able to do the most amount of damage now. Even though the Chien-Pao's Focus Sash, it would still be able to resist that Astral Barrage. That might be why the Calyrex is repositioning here.
Yeah, and the Sucker Punch threat would have been formidable, so switching out the Calyrex keeps it nice and safe with its Focus Sash intact in the back. Zamazenta able to join the field in the defensive play, coming through from the Amoonguss, burning through this Fake Out and scouting out what Eduardo wants to go for here. The Icicle Crash was coming down into that Amoonguss, so nice that it was going for a Protect. Giovanni wanting to keep it in the game to disrupt a little bit later on as the Wood Hammer finds its mark on the Zamazenta, but that does negligible damage. I think a great ball position adjustment for Giovanni.
Yeah, that Wood Hammer would have surely put the Calyrex in range of a Grassy Glide afterwards because the Sword of Ruin would have been active, and that surely brings it down either to its Focus Sash or in range of Grassy Glide for sure. And the Rillaboom is immune to Rage Powder, so that would have been basically a guaranteed pin into that Calyrex had it stayed in and gone for the Astral Barrage. And the Amoonguss kept itself safe on the first turn by protecting, and now it's keeping itself even safer by switching out.
Yep, jumping in and out of the battle here on Giovanni's side. The Chien Pao is now going to join the fray, bringing its Sword of Ruin to the field here. Chien Pao, however, is going to catch it with that Icicle Crash. Only does a little bit of damage, and with the Assault Vest, you don't have to worry about a Focus Sash being procced. But Rillaboom has to watch out for that Zamazenta. That does a huge amount of damage, and in retaliation, it's enraged. It's able to get the knockout on Chien Pao. So Chien Pao leaves the field as swiftly as it joined us, Jamie.
Yeah, and Chien Pao's a really good counter to Giratina, and it's gone. Just saying. So the Rillaboom is going to be KOing itself here, and does allow that switch in for Eduardo. With the assumption that he's got both restricted in the back, then I think that Giratina could be pretty well positioned here. And because we're seeing, we've already seen all 4 Pokemon on Giovanni's side of the field. As mentioned, as soon as that sash is broken on the Calyrex, Giratina can be completely freed up.
And of course, Zamazenta doesn't have a lot of utility to hit the Giratina either. It can only attack it with that heavy slam. Body press not going to be doing any damage to a Ghost. Amoonguss is able to join the field all shiny and bright as the Zamazenta is revealed on Eduardo's side. So we're seeing similar restrictors coming through here. Dawn the Shield's going to be able to boost up its defenses, but Amoonguss can always get up to a few spore tricks, let's say.
Yeah, and as mentioned, Icicle Crash, usually Amoonguss is trained to survive that. We still do have Terrestrialization available as well. If Amoonguss does want to keep itself safe from the Icicle Crash, a Terra Water is going to be very, very useful. It should be able to survive an Icicle Crash and a Body Press, even with the Sword of Ruin helping it. And then that's going to be able to do a little bit of chip damage to the opposing Zamazenta. It would free up the Zamazenta on Giovanni's side of the field to be able to go for its own Body Press. And into the Chien Pao, it would be able to survive because it's Focus Sash, not the Assault Vest one, or into the opposing Zamazenta would also do fantastic damage.
Yeah, let's have a little look at where the sparkles are going to fly. It's going to be on that Amoonguss, just like you said, turning into a water type, going to give it a lot more flexibility against the ice type Icicle Crash, meaning that Amoonguss can apply pressure with those spores going forward and provide redirection with Rage Powder if required. Look how minimal that damage is. Poor Chien Pao on Eduardo's side is not able to find its mark at all.
Oh, wow.
But Zamazenta is there to help out. The two of them doubling up into the Amoonguss means Giovanni's Terrestrialized Amoonguss goes straight back into its Pokeball here.
Yeah, really impressive damage. Sword of Ruin surely being the decider to be able to get that KO. And there's the heavy slam, at least, from the Zamazenta. That brings the Chien Pao very comfortably down to its Focus Sash. Another crucial piece of information, Eduardo Zamazenta move first. And that is always important, which Zamazenta is going to be the speedier of the two. We can see the Zamazenta getting that recovery second on the grassy terrain, so extra confirmation that is likely to be the case. And now we got the Calyrex joining the field once again. Yes, the sash is broken on the opposing Chien Pao, so if you do go for an Astral Barrage, that would be able to pick up the KO. But then if you go for White Guard this turn, Calyrex cannot KO that Chien Pao. And that could open up just that tiny opportunity to break that Focus Sash. And if the Giratina is waiting in the back like we want to see, then all it needs is the Sash broken on Calyrex. And it will 1v2 this Zamazenta and the Calyrex because it pins the Calyrex with Shadow Sneak. And then you can't really do the damage you need to with Heavy Slam. And that will probably be, I'm going to say, an 7-hit KO is what my assumption would be. And surely that's enough turns to get that Poltergeist damage going.
Yeah, the White Guard seems really a confident choice in Eduardo's side, and then allow the Chien Pao to just try and get that Focus Sash broken on the Calyrex, like you said. Chien Pao does exactly that. There's the Sucker Punch, takes it down to 1 HP remaining, but critically no White Guard came out here from that Zamazenta.
Yeah, not at all. It's just going on the offensive. Speaking of, there's the Astral Barrage from the Calyrex. That's going to be able to KO a very low HP Chien Pao, and actually respectable damage to the Zamazenta.
Yeah, of course, Zamazenta could be following up here with a Steel-type attack into the Calyrex to be able to try and get the KO, and you know, it has got that Grimnade boost. You want to try and get rid of it, but instead decides to target down his counterpart, goes for the opposing Zamazenta with the Body Press, and look at that, Jamie. They're ruffling, tuffling around. They can go for one Body Press, go for another, but critically Giovanni gets the KO. There's only one Pokemon remaining on Eduardo's side.
Oh, we know what we want to see, right? And this is the position that the Giratina can actually 1v2 two of the best restrictors in the format, and he is going to reveal that Giratina. I was so expecting the Entei just for a second, but yeah, there is the Giratina. The sash is broken. Shadow Sneak will KO this Calyrex easily, and I would assume that Giratina is quite a heavy Pokemon, so it shouldn't be taking too much damage from Heavy Slam. It's got to be Shadow Sneak first. You always have to Shadow Sneak. That's why it was always going to be Protect from the Calyrex. But let's see how I would expect to be pitiful damage from this Heavy Slam will be.
Well, it will certainly start marking up how this endgame could look like.
Yeah, look at that.
Ooh,
That was a crit.
that was a crit. I mean, you're better at the maths than I am. That probably looks about like an eighth of damage, if that, because it was a crit. So guaranteeing that this Zamazenta has a huge amount of work to do. I think Giratina, as you said, just keeps clicking that Shadow Sneak. It's going to be able to get the knockout on that Calyrex with that priority, and then it's just going to have to give it a little bit of time to get through Zamazenta. But Giovanni's like, we got no time for that. We're jumping into game 2. I want to try and even out the score in this set.
Yeah, look at that. Giratina was the decider and able to just, well, I was going to say wall out. It's not quite walling. It was pinning down, I would say, is probably the more reasonable saying. Of the two
did anything.
It just existed.
Exactly.
And then there was a forfeit. So
That's how scary it is.
I know, right? Yeah. It's at, like, we always had to say, the sash needs to be broken. And the sash was broken. As soon as that happens, it frees up the Giratina. Because if
I'm here,
the Calyrex still has its
trying to eat something without having to go to the bathroom. His nerves are crazy.
But if you just break it, that's all that's necessary.
Well, I think we really have to credit the other Pokemon.
Why
as well.
does
We want to talk about the Giratina. Giratina would not have had that
every time I full screen and on full screen on the stream, a little lip is there on the bottom there. Why does it do that? Stop. You need to stay there.
Yeah, it was very nicely done for
Yeah, we have like
other teams.
2 more matches in the first round. Apparently, like half of the people like didn't even get into the tournament. I kind of looked out. There's like 10,000, like 11,000 people in the waiting list, and then only like 6,000 got in. That's a good chunk that was just missing. The website is just exploding.
And it's going to be the Chien-Pao and the Zamazenta coming out for Giovanni.
Yep, Chien-Pao a piece, but a few little changes up here. Once again, it's that Rillaboom front and center for Eduardo, and we've got Zamazenta's defense boost coming up thanks to its Dauntless Shield.
Yeah, and we're going to be able to get fake out pressure going straight away, and that Chien-Pao, it's got the Assault Vest, it can't protect from that. And we don't have Sacred Sword, unfortunately, on the Chien-Pao on Eduardo's side of the field. Because if you did, then that's a pretty easy fake out and Sacred Sword the opposing Chien-Pao. But it's slightly more awkward here. It does have Ruination, even though it's the Focus Sash variant. And we don't tend to see Ruination as much on Focus Sash. It's almost exclusively on Assault Vest. That is what the Chien-Pao on Eduardo's side of the field has opted for. So you could pretty comfortably go for the fake out into the Zamazenta, for example, and get a Ruination off if you did want to. And then the Chien-Pao, it might be able to go for something like an Icy Winds to get the
Oh yeah, there's a new
Zamazenta. I don't think there's too much stopping the Icy Winds coming out here, because if you fake out the Chien-Pao, which is happening, that's opening up your Chien-Pao to go down to its Focus Sash.
Well, there comes the Ruination, and that's going to come through into Zamazenta. As you say, we don't see it too often, but it's really helpful to deal with a lot of these bulky or boosted Pokemon. Zamazenta, however, free to retaliate.
We're streaming.
Thankfully, though, for Chien-Pao, there's a Focus Sash in its back pocket that's going to keep it in the game.
Yeah, and now we're down to maybe Sucker Punch range. It gets a tiny bit of recovery from Grassy Terrain, but that still should be in range of Sucker Punch. Now, Assault Vest Chien-Pao aren't always run max speed. It is entirely reasonable.
Professional streamer.
But it is much more common that the Sash version will be. So, Sucker Punching the Chien-Pao on Eduardo's side of the field, that is still risky. Because if you Sucker Punch with the Chien-Pao on Eduardo's, trying to get around the Sucker Punch, that might force it to fail. So,
there's a new banner.
Getting the extra, the 50% damage onto the Zamazenta is
New
going
banner.
to be incredibly useful for the Pokemon waiting in the back, because you're not really going to be able to deal with it that quickly.
I
with
see the
Chien-Pao and
banner.
Rillaboom.
Who's in it?
It's not just end games you have Sucker Punch mind games in. You can have it at the beginning of a match as well, and that's exactly the situation these Chien-Paos might indeed
Poor
find themselves in.
Rosamond.
It looks like, however, the Chien-Pao on Eduardo's
Okay,
side
these
still
are the
playing
good
these games
ones
and
that you
getting
want.
the
You got your
back.
weather setters, you got your weather
Zamazenta
users,
instead. Zamazenta's going to be able to apply obviously a lot of
Megas,
pressure,
you
put
got
those body
Mega
presses into both
Frogger,
Zamazenta, the Chien-Pao on
Meganium,
Giovanni's side.
Embor.
Follows up with that Grassy Glide, not going to be nearly enough to get the KO on
Said
the
weather.
Chien-Pao, as Chien-Pao actually goes for this Icy Wind. This is
And
going
then
to
just
critically bring down
bulk
the speed of the Zamazenta.
for some reason in
Eduardo
Auroras.
Zamazenta was the faster in game 1, so this could be
Basculation
critical to
and
Zamazenta on Giovanni's
break
side
and
an
both
advantage.
and also
Press we saw previously
an
did
arch.
about that much damage,
It does so
and
much.
therefore it's able to pick up the KO on that Rillaboom thanks to the
Not even
Icy Wind
Blastoise.
check that did happen as well.
Venusaur,
So,
Charizard,
nicely done
no
here for
Blastoise.
Giovanni. That's got to be a huge momentum swing for him, taking care of the Rillaboom
It's
pretty
rain dish.
handily. Here comes the Giratina though, and it's a lot earlier in this game, so it's got to be
Honestly, I
a lot
feel like
more
I
work for
love
Eduardo
from this.
now. The Chien-Pao is still pretty
Sounds like the
healthy.
people
It's
on and
definitely out of range of Shadow Sneak.
Jason, get off,
It's able to
damn.
get off an ice
Tomodachi.
for that Giratina, and that will do very respectable damage. It should
Damn.
still be a 2-shot, even though Assault Vest don't tend to run too much attack.
Trying to
into
stream
the
over here,
Chien-Pao.
dog.
And now that you've got
Damn.
the Icy Wind into the opposing Zamazenta, you can very easily go for the body press with the Zamazenta
I wanna play
as well.
Clash.
Maybe you
I wanna
consider going
quit-
for
I
a
wanna quit
Ruination
the
and a
tourney
body
and play
press into the
Clash.
Zamazenta, 'cause
Clash
that
Royale.
would allow that
Tired.
combination to
I'm
be
going to
able
bed.
get the KO.
I was going to say Chien-Pao looks in a really good position to
Just
avoid
drop
pressing
him
to
out
that
bed.
Giratina, whether you wanted to go
It's like
for ice or
capacity.
dark type attacks, but instead it's going to switch out. We're seeing the beautiful little Amoonguss back in play. Giratina does have the utility to go for something like Protect if it was worried about that priority sucker punch
Giratina's
coming through.
oust.
But it looks like, first of all, it's going to turn into a fire type. Terrestrialization takes to the stage. It's dropping its weaknesses it had with Ghost and Dragon typing, and now will become a fully fledged fire type. The Protect actually comes down on Giovanni's Zamazenta here, so no offensive plays from Giovanni's side of the field this time. Instead, Amoonguss going to have to take the body
What's even
press. He takes
here?
it reasonably well, respectively even, and can retaliate with that Rocky helmet a little bit. Giratina goes for the Draco Meteor, but finds a attack is going to stay intact.
Yeah, maybe expecting Terrestrialization to come out on Giovanni's side of the
Uh.
field into that Dragon typing, because a combination of Poltergeist and Body Press is very likely to be able to pick up the Zamazenta, but keeping itself safe with the Protect. Now it can keep itself safe with the Amoonguss helping it out if it does go for the Rage Powder. That took the Body Press very comfortably, but another Body Press in combination with a Poltergeist should be able to pick up the knockout on that.
How did a
ability,
round
because it
get
has already taken a
uncompleted
reasonable
or a
amount
match
of
get
damage. And now
uncompleted?
that the
It
Giratina's
was
gone for its Terrestrialization, it's no longer a
round
massive
got
body press
sucked
coming up
back in
on the Zamazenta, so actually,
playing the round
it's
the match
something that
again.
has completely opened itself up. Yeah, I appreciate the fire type in the front of the Chien-Pao, but now we're
Kappa, Lorsi, help.
that fire terrestrialization might come back to bite him.
We'll have to see if that in-game situation is going to play out. The body press does come down into the Zamazenta. It could indeed hit the Giratina now because it has dropped its Ghost typing, but the Zamazenta is going to keep tussling around. Two dogs on the field here going for one body press, going for another, and Giratina goes for the Draco Meteor, but it cannot find its mark. That second time in a row it's able to hit the Protect. Giratina might be looking fabulous on the field, but it's certainly not getting any work done.
Yeah, but this time it should be able to get over Draco Meteor pretty comfortably into the Amoonguss. I don't think that will be enough to pick up the KO, because you have to split your training between offense on the attacking side and the special attacking side, because you are a mixed attacker on Giratina, so surely that is not able to pick up the Amoonguss. We're used to Draco Meteors from Miraidons picking up an Amoonguss. Giratina's going to be a little bit weaker, so probably won't be able to get that KO.
Well, now the Zamazenta on Eduardo's side going for that Protect. It's going for the defensive players. Zamazenta was going for the body press into it once again. Looks like the Giratina is being left neglected by the Zamazenta, and it can finally go for that Draco Meteor. It does find its mark on the Amoonguss, but as you said, not going to be able to get the KO. Does put Amoonguss in a precarious situation, but really, Amoonguss, you needed to get gone, because now it can go for the Spore. Giratina going to have to take a nap in this game too.
Yeah, and now it's still not going to be able to threaten the Poltergeists that it would now have to switch to, given it's got -2 in its special attack. That is one of the nice combinations with the mixed attacker. Yes, you drop your special attack with Draco Meteor, and most Pokemon that go for that are fully special and then do loads less damage. But now Giratina can switch up to Poltergeist, but it's going to have to wait to do that because it is now asleep. The Amoonguss should be out of range of Body Press based on the previous amount of damage, and it especially will be after it's got this Regenerator.
Exactly, Amoonguss can leave the field, heal up a lot of HP, and then come right back in later on. Chien-Pao able to come in, bring that Sword of Ruin into the field, and that's going to help with these body presses as well. Zamazenta on Eduardo's side, once again, going for the Protect, playing the game against its counterpart on the opposing side, but Zamazenta on Giovanni's side not able to find his mark. I was really sure it might go into the Giratina this turn, but instead fails, goes into the Protect as Giratina continues to take a nap.
Yeah, even though nothing was achieved that turn in terms of damage, that was still, I think, the correct play for Giovanni, and switching in the Chien-Pao allowed the Sword of Ruin to be able to tip that KO over the edge. I think that would have been potentially necessary to get that KO, and because of the Icy Winds that happened quite a few turns ago at this point, the Zamazenta was outspeeding and would have been able to get that KO. But there's the first turn wake from the Giratina.
And it's going for the priority Shadow Sneak, going to find its mark on Zamazenta, but Zamazenta's bulky, it's able to hang on. Chien-Pao is going to go for this Ruination into the Giratina, does do a huge chunk of damage, 50% locked in against it, as the Zamazenta can finally get the knockout on its counterpart there, is able to fell it with a Nulla Body Press, helped out by that Sword of Ruin, like you mentioned, Jamie.
Yeah, now we got a Chien-Pao that was brought down to its Focus Sash, waiting in the back, and that's all that's left for Eduardo here. The HP is really dwindling on Eduardo's side of the field. The Zamazenta on Giovanni's side, based on the previous damage, is actually in range of Shadow Sneak, so that is a potential option to go for. We said about Sucker Punch being awkward between the Chien-Paos, but yeah, the Chien-Pao on Eduardo's side of the field is KO'd to the Sucker Punch from Giovanni's.
Yeah, clean knockout there from Giovanni's side. Now you just have to contend with this Giratina. The body press finds his mark. That's a knockout. That is a game apiece. We're going to a game 3 here in Swiss round 8.
Yeah, poor Giratina there. It just existed in game 1 and was able to take the victory. And while trying to achieve some things, did not do so well in that game. As mentioned, the fire terastallization opened up the fact it could be body pressed. So I guess the Chien-Pao did come back on the field, and you would have still been able to ice spin it if it didn't turn into the fire type and stayed as a dragon type. But it just didn't really do what it needs to there. We've seen the difference between the Draco Meteor from a Giratina and what can happen if it's Draco Meteor from something like a
I muted when I was supposed to unmute. I'm gonna go to the bathroom again because I love going to the bathroom. I love the toilet. I love the porcelain toilet. I love it.
It's reasonable,
It did a
but not
respectable
enough.
amount, but it's not enough when that Pokemon has the capability to go for
Hopefully
Spore.
Giratina.
And also the Regenerator is able to help keep it in play. Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we saw Giovanni's 4th and final Pokemon in play, did we?
I don't think so. You would assume it's the Calyrex. It's
Yeah.
very likely to be the Calyrex.
But again, I think that's a thorn in the Giratina's side here, because Giratina came out a little bit earlier. It then was in a position where it was joining the field before Calyrex had its Focus Sash broken, so even if it was able to find a way out of that endgame situation, if Giovanni just reveals that Calyrex, it spells disaster for the Giratina.
Yeah, you need to be able to position so that the Giratina... The way that Giratina tends to work, because it's a really bulky Pokemon, and it's respectably offensive when it's holding that Grisius Orb, but it's more the fact that its typing, its ability to keep it safe from ground-type attacks, and just its general bulk is able to just win because of its typing. That tends to be what Giratina does, and we saw that in the game 1. It came on the field, it didn't actually do any damage, and the game was over because of its typing. Well, it's going to have to perform a lot better in this game 3 here.
Well, certainly is for its trainer, because this is the winning in for Phase 2. Both these trainers have X and 2 records. The winner will advance to Phase 2. The loser will be knocked out of the competition. Giovanni and Eduardo bringing the Zamazenta, and it looks like it's a Chien-Pao piece as well. I see a mirror on my hands here, Jamie.
Yeah, I think I do give the advantage to potentially the Chien-Pao with the Icy Winds, just because that will allow that speed control to happen. But at the same time, if the Chien-Pao is just KO to a body press and the Chien-Pao on Eduardo's side of the field protects itself, that keeps its Focus Sash safe. And there's the only thing that you can keep the Chien-Pao safe on a Giovanni's side of the field would be to switch out, but then you don't get the Icy Wind. And we've seen that the Zamazenta is almost certainly faster now. And yeah, there's no switch outs, and that is the protection on Chien-Pao. This could easily be a body press KO into the Chien-Pao on Giovanni's side.
Well, the Zamazenta is protecting on Giovanni's side. Whether or not the Zamazenta on Eduardo's side will KO the Chien-Pao is yet to be determined. The Icy Wind is the move choice that is coming through. Chien-Pao on Eduardo's side. As you said, Jamie, going to keep its Focus Sash safe, going to keep its speed intact. Zamazenta is going to have the drop, but it's obviously in a position where it can still go for the damage, and something like a body...
And again, that's one of the better answers to the Giratina that is waiting in the back. Yes, Calyrex is also a very good answer, so long as the Focus Sash is intact. But it might need to come onto the field pretty quickly, because we've seen Amoonguss coming on the field in the previous game, was KO'd even with the Terastallization to Icicle Crash and Body Press. So if you bring in the Amoonguss, you can maybe protect it for one turn, but then it gets KO'd. So I think, yeah, it did kind of have to be the Calyrex here, but by bringing the Calyrex way too early here, as mentioned, as soon as the Sash gets broken, which is very easy to do from either Sucker Punch from the Chien-Pao or the Behemoth Bash from the Zamazenta, that frees up the Giratina completely. That is still, we would assume, waiting very comfortably in the back.
I love the pressure that Eduardo has exerted early doors in this game, forcing this Calyrex to have to come out, just like you said. Amoonguss isn't going to get the job done, but then making the Calyrex vulnerable, that could really set up success. And I love the way these trainers are thinking turns in advance, trying to make sure they lock up the chess pieces required.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the Calyrex is going for here. If it goes for Protect to try and preserve the Focus Sash, then it's just really not achieving anything. And the Zamazenta on Giovanni's side of the field will have to do all of the offensive pressure here. There is that Terastallization coming out, though. It's going to be coming from the Zamazenta, turning into the Dragon typing. That's obviously going to reduce the damage from a Body Press that could be coming out. And it should be able to survive through the turn pretty comfortably because of that.
Well, Encore will come through. That's going to, lock the opposing Chien-Pao into Protect, I believe it was. So it's not going to be able to go for any offensive moves on this turn. But of course, Zamazenta is free to still break that Focus Sash on the opposing side. Of course, Body Press will come through first of all, thanks to that Icy Wind drop. But I think going for that Dragon Terastallization meant that it keeps Zamazenta in the game. We can easily take another one of those. And actually, critically, Jamie, it didn't go for the Calyrex. Maybe thinking, hey, it could easily protect on this turn. Let's get damage on the Zamazenta first.
Yeah, and that Zamazenta is now going to be in range of another Body Press. Is that that's still going to be prioritized because the Zamazenta, now it's taken a reasonable amount of damage thanks to that body press. That's going to be in range of Astral Barrage and body press, I think. It might be quite close because of how bulky Zamazenta is, but that should be able to get the KO. And if that's going to be the case, well, now do you have to consider going for the White Guard with the Zamazenta and a switch out, because then you stop the Astral Barrage and you should be able to very comfortably survive the body press.
That's true. I mean, Chien Pao is not doing anything on the field at the moment. I really hope there's a White Guard coming through, because if this Astral Barrage does come through without the White Guard and that Giratina comes in, that's going to spell disaster. But Giovanni first going to click that Terrestrialization button. It's actually going to be becoming a fully fledged Ghost type. That means there's extra damage being banked into the Astral Barrage if it is able to come across the field, but White Guard is going to stop it in its tracks. Giovanni kind of has his head in his hands here, thinking that these are some really difficult turns, because Calyrex was going for the Astral Barrage. It has been stopped. Giratina is able to get in so safely here.
Yeah, and that can be a responding body press as well, but that's not going to be enough to KO the Zamazenta. It needed the Astral Barrage, and it was even into the Chien Pao. So the Giratina gets in completely for free here. And now the sash isn't broken, but so long as you click White Guard again, it can't be Astral Barrage. It can break the Focus Sash itself and then deal with it in the future. That's just going to be just 2 Shadow Sneaks into the opposing Calyrex for the KO.
That's the thing, Giratina can get the job done all by itself, while Zamazenta provides that support with the White Guard. Zamazenta can also be dealt with on Giovanni's side by the Zamazenta on Eduardo's side a little bit later on. I really think that Dragon Terrestrialization was so critical.
Yeah, it really paid off here. Allowing that Zamazenta to survive, being able to go for those White Guards, going for more White Guards potentially, and you probably want to go for even more because of the Terrestrialization coming out on the Calyrex, because the Astral Barrages will be doing even extra damage. It's likely to be a Psychic now coming out because you want to avoid the Astral Barrages. Yeah, Zamazenta, it's sacrificing its defense boost here to switch into that Amoonguss.
I kind of like this, no, the Amoonguss coming in. It's a Pokemon that we can see put this Giratina to sleep. It's a way to slow down the pace of play and keep the Calyrex safe. Calyrex wants to keep its Focus Sash as intact as it can. It's going for the Protect. The White Guard comes through, of course, defensively. Giratina goes for the Poltergeist, but to no avail because of that Protect in play. So now in this next turn, if Giovanni can keep the Calyrex safe, maybe switch it out for the Zamazenta, or even, you know, you have to risk. Maybe the Focus Sash will be broken, but at what cost? Could Amoonguss get the Spore up on that Giratina and put it to sleep?
Yeah, I think this is a very crucial turn, because if you go for White Guard with the Zamazenta, yes, you keep the Giratina safe for 1 turn, but it's almost certainly going to sleep from a Spore afterwards, and then it won't be able to White Guard after. That is what's happening here. So it's going to be able to keep the Giratina safe for 1 more turn if Astral Barrage would click, which it was.
Okay, so you're stopping the unnecessary damage coming through on your Giratina, but at the same time, on Giovanni's side, you're opening up your Calyrex to take a huge amount of damage from the opposing Giratina here. It is going to be going for that Poltergeist, but no.
I did. Oh, it psyched me out.
Yeah, well, it goes down into that Focus Sash. It's going to be pulling it around Calyrex, doing a lot of damage, but critically, the Focus Sash still actually activates, so it stays in play. Calyrex is hanging on as Amoonguss goes for the Spore, but it goes into the opposing Zamazenta here.
Yeah, it's going to be able to stop the White Guards now. That was the sacrifice that Eduardo went for, but now you can Rage Powder. You've got the Zamazenta safe. It was the position that Giovanni was going for. Get the White Guard off the field for at least the next couple of turns at least, because now the Zamazenta, it's guaranteed to sleep. You can very safely go for Rage Powder here and Astral Barrage. There's nothing stopping that. Shadow Sneak would be redirected into the Amoonguss, do a tiny bit of chip damage, and probably actually do more to itself from the Rocky Helmet. And Giratina is a very bulky Pokemon. I think it would have lived just a regular old Astral Barrage. With the Terra helping it, I think that pushes it into a KO. So now it is a very, very awkward position, and that is exactly why we're seeing that Giratina protect here.
Not to mention, if the Calyrex is able to get a KO on this opposing Zamazenta while it's sleeping, it's going to get the Grim Nade boost, and then it's going to spell disaster for the Giratina. Amoonguss seems to be the thorn in its side. It's going for that redirection. We know the Protect has come through on Giratina, not wanting to fall victim to having its Shadow Sneak redirected, as the Zamazenta is going to have to take this boosted Astral Barrage. The Terrestrialization giving it a little bit of extra edge. Not enough to be able to get the KO, though, so possibly in this next turn, the Zamazenta could still wake up.
That's surely what Eduardo has to go for now. If the Zamazenta would have been KO'd, yes, you get a Grim Nade boost on the Calyrex, but at least you get a switch into something that could start to deal with the Amoonguss's support and maybe get the Calyrex as well. But yeah, now it's surely just got to come down to, does the Zamazenta wake up, get the White Guard off, or maybe not so this turn. The Giratina didn't want to risk it. It's switching out, keeping itself safe just for now.
I mean, Zamazenta could still wake up, go for that wide guard, and allow Rillaboom to switch in safely. The fourth and final Pokemon on Eduardo's side. Yes, you can't go for a fake out into the Ghost, but the priority Grassy Glide could be nice.
Oh no, wake up.
Could be a nice way to shut down the Amoonguss, but Zamazenta still taking a nap. No wide guard. Calyrex free to go for an Astral Barrage. We know that this is guaranteed to get the knockout onto the Zamazenta. This will give it one Grimnade boost. Rillaboom taking just over 40%, I would say. My maths is, great. Onto that Rillaboom. But critically, that Grimnade boost is coming up, so when the Giratina inevitably does rejoin the field, that is going to mean that these Astral Barrages are going to be so formidable.
Yeah, but Sludge Bomb was the cover for Rillaboom.
Round two's up, round two's up, round two's up. This is just like a real regional. I'm shitting my brains out. Level and chomp stuff. Scarf Rush. Rush. Synthesis McGee. I can make that room. They made it in single battles. Anybody want to play no damn singles? Like 3 streams going. Okay. Okay. Alright, so yeah. Scary thing here is the chomp, in all honesty. Everything else is weak to the sun mode. Chomp doesn't have any. Or no dragon type moves. I feel this could sauce them up. Expecting Vivillon. Vivillon Chomp. Maybe Ensign Rotom shenanigans. It's soft sand. Perfect. This just seems safest from them. Guessing they'll be max speed. No tailwind either. Definitely the slower. Go. Think too much on. Here we go. Only Mega Man. I don't think it goes hard. Dragon Clone. And that's 8. Okay, it would be even better if I wake up. Sir. Doesn't feel well. Battle Pass. I'm gonna seek powder my Zard. And the only thing if they gleam and then Jump goes down and instant comes in, I can't really kill it. That's fine. What's your last Rotom or Ensign? Probably Ensign. Oh, that's good for you. Sludge Bomb kill? Surely Sludge Bomb. No protect on either. There's only 2. Like, surely. Okay. Okay. Game 1. Cares if outside of court. I don't care. He like Rotom and Sin or him and then they run it back. Not sure. I don't think I should bring Incident into. Screw it, we double switch. Half. Maybe like Hydro. Hydro stomping. That picking up. Citrus. Sin. And Hydro into Ensign. Thinking the goat means I could have gone sooner. Like he's gonna try and pick up the Incineroar. It's fine. Yeah. Saved it. This. Oh no. And you're just not killing. It should have been a double. I forgot I was. I know. can't switch anything in, man. EQ? Let's see. Wait, why would you send this in? Why'd I protect? Oh man. And if I had my sash, just have been wraps, but oh, Chomp can wake up. Okay, with that, it should be. I actually did. Just than I thought. Do I go for the suit pattern? Send. I feel like I just send it. Not modest, I don't have any boosters. Yes. Yes. Let's freaking go. I'm surprised I killed. That was very nice. So much variety in it. Yeah, it started a while ago. Started at 10 a.m. and the first round was like an hour and a half. She's going crazy. I'm already 2-0. Yeah. Let's see. The rest will go, but yeah. Just like a real regional. I'm shitting and pissing all day in between rounds. I don't know why I'm even getting this crazy nerd. So it's like, I mean, it's pretty high stakes, but like, I'm not that into it. I just want to sleep. I like, as soon as I woke up, like, I don't want to. There's a weird feeling I'm getting.
Good, and it's gonna be Charizard's.
Moxie Menace's Charizard, you're also very worried about that Garchomp in the back. Even if it's burned, it's just like going to be very tricky to fight through those like Scarf Rock Slides that are doing, once Trick Room ends, it's going to be the fastest Pokemon in the field again.
To note, this is the last turn of Trick Room, so this is the perfect opportunity for this Burgraph to go down here and have the Garchomp come for free and knock out the Scizor if they land the Heat Wave, right?
Yeah, and it's not, even if Charizard is.
Wait, I could set up shop on the toilet.
It's probably going to take a Heat Wave in the process. Like, unless that's an ancient power Charizard on Mr. Moxie Menace's side, it's not like it's going to be able to stop a Heat Wave here.
Yeah, 100%.
I just
So if I am
sit the entire day, get like
Charizard X
mad hemorrhoids.
a lot. Charizard X is gonna come into the field. Let's see what this trainer decides to do here. It's gonna be the protect on the Charizard. Scizor. Frigger's gonna go for the Hyper Voice. It's not gonna do little to no damage to that Scizor. Scizor's gonna take it pretty well. And then Scizor here is gonna go for the Bug Bite into the Charizard. Not gonna do much damage here. And then Charizard here, most likely going to go for the Heat Wave and pick up the knockout on the Scizor if it lands.
Yeah, I think these Bug and Steel types and a Grass type like Sinistcha, their only hope of hanging out against the Charizard was dodging that Heat Wave.
Yeah, unfortunate situation.
Oh, Lucas to Lucas.
Mr. Moxie Menace, you're down to your
Yeah, this is the mainstream.
If you're
It's
Watchog, it's like
here's a
what
Watchog.
is it like something like trying to get a knockout here with maybe a Dragon Claw and then just like squaring up with the Garchomp saying you're burned, I can take a hit from you, or are you gonna have
I
to
have
go for the
not
Dragon Claw
watched it.
to
I
maybe
have no
like
idea if it ever came. I don't know what it
with
is.
Garchomp and having a Dragon Claw to do something about it before it can give you a Dragon Claw?
If you're gonna go for Dragon,
He's a real believer.
turn, it would have to most likely be this turn, right? Because Farigiraf here doesn't want to set up Trick Room, and since it's Choice Scarf Garchomp in the back, you Dragon Dance here, pick up the knockout probably on the Farigiraf slot that can't protect, and have Garchomp come in and go for another Dragon Claw.
Okay, so one Dragon Claw is going to be enough for Mr. Moxie Mence's Charizard to come out on top, easy knockout. I think Farigiraf actually making a really good decision to just go for Hyper Voice. Like, when it's doing that much damage, you don't really need to think about activating a Trick Room to, like, make yourself or your other Pokemon faster if the Charizard goes for something like a Dragon Dance. I think if your Hyper Voice is doing that much damage, it's just an easy way to lock this game up by kind of spamming the damage onto the Charizard X.
100%. So now seeing that the single target Hyper Voice do so much damage is pretty detrimental on the end of Mr. Moxie Menace. I don't think it could withstand two attacking Mons.
I'm gonna go pee again. Yay!
Right.
It's important to know when a game is looking so good for you that you can kind of just win by spamming damage. You don't have to think too hard about setup moves. Something that we didn't talk about is that Charizard Y was also carrying Air Slash. It was not exactly walled out by that Charizard X on the enemy side, so kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't in terms of where that Dragon Claw was going to target, because the Charizard X was going to take very critical amounts of damage in return, regardless of who it went for.
And Thigh's Kid is going to be able to pick up that set 2-1, moving on to being 2-0. So this is amazing. Starting off 2-0. If I'm going 2-0 into one of the largest Pokemon VGC tournaments of all time, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling nice.
Not just 2-0, 2-0 with Watchog.
Yeah, 2-0 with Watchog, chat. That is something.
We didn't really have a chance to talk about the set, but it looks like it's using Analytic with Hypnosis. I'm not sure. Actually, wait, no, Analytic doesn't boost accuracy, it boosts power.
Yeah.
But we do have. Is there like any ways to boost like no gravity on the team? No, this is just raw Hypnosis. Watchog is just. He said he's hitting those.
Yeah, that's dope to see. Analytic. So Analytic is a move that I believe if you go last within the turn, it gets the boost on
Like 30% extra power boost. Pretty strong on something like Magnezone. I think Porygon 2 has had it too.
So we're going to see this instant replay here. The Rock Slide going to flinch this Garchomp in the best case scenario. And then the Sinistcha here is going to go for that Matcha Gotcha. And you know what Matcha Gotcha does best. It has that burn opportunity. And we're going to see it land on the Pokemon that, you want to see on the end of Mr. Moxie Menace.
Yeah, if Rockslide has taught us anything, it's that a move doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to do something 100% of the time to do it a lot of the time. Like 20% chance that a burn is really significant, and we did see those odds kind of add up in Moxie Menace's favor over the course of the game. However, it wasn't quite enough. He wasn't. Charizard X is Charizard Y is not a Pokemon that Sinistcha can do anything about. No Machagacha, no burn. And that was sort of enough for that Charizard Y to just be like such a deadly sweeper in the end for Fazkid.
I'm just so happy to see like so many different megas in a short time frame. We're only 2 rounds in, and with the new capabilities of Pokemon Champions, just being able to just jump into other matches, like this is just so amazing. Just to showcase what a lot of trainers are using. Like having Watchog on stream was pretty cool. Like seeing Mega Charizard X and Y battle and duke it out, the Mega T-Tars, and even the Mega Meganium teams, the dual Mega teams. I think that's just an amazing way for casting. The future of casting, I think, is going to be really, really good. Just being able to hop in so many games.
Yeah, and even if this is a format where, like, I think we all agree some of the top megas like Floette, Charizard, Gengar are really strong, doesn't mean there aren't other ones that can shine as well. Like, let's say the Charizard X, which had a great showing in the Victory Road tournament last weekend. Other Pokemon like, I don't know, Scizor as well, another pretty powerful mega we've talked about. There's just going to be a lot of like really powerful megas that even if they're like not always at the forefront of your mind, they're going to pop up. They're going to kind of be the face of archetypes that you will have to run into and will have to think about your responses to.
And I think with team building groups, this is where I think team building is going to be very, very, very important in this regulation. Trying to find maybe, I wouldn't say odd megas, but other approaches that could win in tournaments, right? Charizard X probably wasn't the first tournament I would be thinking heading into VR to have just a very great showcasing, but it's Tabu, who the player who got second with it, showcased that he's a very good team builder, or the group that he built with had a great idea. Charizard X has a really good. I think like defensively, it's like really good into like Sun. Just having that dragon fire capabilities to withstand those fire type attacks is really, really, really good. And just being neutral into like water moves and it's just a really well-sound Pokemon, and utilizing that Dragon Dance and being faster with that Tough Claws ability. I think Charizard X is like it's not a sleeper anymore, obviously, but definitely heading into that tournament, like I was like, wow, it makes 100% sense why to use this Pokemon.
And it's got such good synergy with Melodic too. Like that's a combination that we've seen like Wolf win a regional in 2018 with that duo, for instance. I think just like really one of the Pokemon that benefits the absolute most from having Intimidate deterrence around, and Melodic probably better synergy with it than something like King Gambit. And it's not even like just Charizard X is the only Charizard that's good friends with Melodic. It's just a good partner for any of the Charizards, scaring off those Intimidates or offering that water coverage for anything that want to go after the Charizard.
100%, 100%. But that is one of the good opportunities of mega formats that I like. I just love being able to use megas, man. It's been 10 years, right? And we're back, and just seeing that we've gotten a lot of new megas. Maybe more. Some are not as good as like the older ones, like Mega Kangaskhan. I think Mega Kangaskhan is still really good. We'll talk about Mega Kangaskhan a little bit later.
I'm sure we'll have a chance to highlight it on one of these games.
100%. Mega Gengar returning. I still think it's finding its footing within the meta, still very strong. Charizard Y, top dog. Mega Floette showing that you need to build and prep for it. So, but we're gonna highlight a new.
This is a game with Aaron Cybertron Zhang that we're hopping into right now on the top. This is actually going to be a late game. It looks like Aaron's Archaludon just got a stamina boost and is firing back at this Garchomp with a Dragon Pulse. Garchomp no hope of surviving that from half health.
So yeah, that's going to be the top. That's going to be the 3 knockouts, and the Basilisk is going to be last. And Aaron Zhang is going to have 3 Pokemon left. So I think Aaron's going to take this game here, right? Yeah. Floette's going to come in, and I don't think I like that for the Basilisk.
Yeah, not a 1 HP Basilisk. I mean, heck, this Last Respect is going to hit if it comes out like one of these Pokemon's having a bad time. Other one can still finish the job, though. You don't have spread Last Respects. I think it's great that we don't have to fight spread Last Respects yet.
Oh, Trevor, don't put those ideas out there. What are we doing? No. But nonetheless, yeah, we're going to see Aaron Zhang, Cybertron VGC take this game pretty convincingly. I mean, we didn't see, but I think that Aaron probably adjusted well to whatever happened game 1 and found his footing.
Yeah, and I know at the Floette able to take that Last Respect, 200 power, and it's not like Aaron has Intimidate on his side of Team Floette. Just tanked that. That is incredible.
Wow, that's crazy. So Floette showing its defensive capabilities could be maybe a bold.
You know what? If you're about to lose a set and you have to learn a calc like that on the way out, I think you're very happy with that. That's 100%. The reason why you don't always forfeit even when the game is over. If there's a calc that you can still learn on your way out, kind of take that into the next game with your even your future sets. If you're to have to fight Aaron again later in the tournament, that's so impactful for you.
100%. A lot of information that was just learned there, just alone with that, and you could do your research and see what potential set spread that Pokemon is running. But with that being said, I think that was the end of that set. Aaron probably winning 2-1 or 2-0. Aaron's moving on to being 2-0 in the tournament, and nonetheless not surprised. Such a strong player. Has been probably one of the most influential content creators and top VGC players in the history of VGC.
And definitely someone we're really lucky to be able to cast the games of, just because we don't get to see them so often. Aaron is someone who's so often casting, but someone who, like you said, has such an impact on the game. I think being able to see the team choices that he uses, and of course someone that has succeeded in the past and continues to succeed at a really high level in VGC. Yeah. It's just always a treat to get to see people like that playing.
100%. And for me, it's a full circle moment. Like, I started playing off of watching some of his content too, and now I'm commentating his game, which is like crazy to even be. But shout out to Aaron. I know that a lot of we had over maybe like 6,000 players competing in this tournament tonight, and I know that a majority of them, I want to say, were influenced by him or Wolfie or Moxie Boosted, Scrawl, a lot of these content creators that you see that are putting out this VGC content, which was very scarce when we first started playing, right? You could count in your hand of how many VGC content creators.
No, I feel the same way. Like in 2015 when Aaron was like doing things like streaming Battle Spot more often is a great way to sort of just like, you know, I'd already been playing for a bit, but it was great to see someone like really at the top of their game, like kind of showcase these new teams and showcase ways to improve. And I think it's cool that, like, I don't know, we get to highlight so many of those players as festival leads today, and you've already gotten to see a couple of them. We'll probably continue to see more in the coming rounds. You know, going for VGC, and if you play them, you get a sticker out of it.
Yeah. You get a sticker out of it. So far, we haven't seen anybody get a sticker.
You get the sticker even if you lose.
Oh,
You don't have
wow.
to beat them.
Oh, this is great. This is amazing. Oh, pair me up. Where's my Switch? I need a couple stickers. I need a sticker. But no, nonetheless, like I will always like big talk like how far we've came, like with just content creation alone. I've been a content creator for 10 years. I started with.
You get to say you're a content creator.
I'm a content creator now. Yeah, I'm a content creator.
They live at headquarters. You're a content creator.
Yeah. Okay. I'm a content creator now, but like, I don't know how to explain it. It's so crazy. Like, you could go on Twitch now, go to the Pokemon Champions tab, and see a gajillion.
So many.
And then back in the day, it's like, oh man, I hope Aaron decides to stream tonight, or I hope James decides to stream tonight. This is back when we had the 3DS, and it was very scarce to get that to stream. You know, you had to have another like hardware on the 3DS to get that to stream. Different conversation for a different time, but now having the Switch,
It's so accessible. Even like in the scope of this tournament, the fact that like Champions is really pushing the bar. Like tournaments like this, what we're doing today is something that, you know, for someone maybe newer to the scene, this was not thinkable before Scarlet and Violet.
Oh, no.
We have not had a good like streamer mode like game sharing like this. You kind of just have to be on Wi-Fi, and like we can be watching your games the way that we are right now. It's the reason that we're able to highlight these games from like, I don't know, maybe between like Thazkid and Mr. Moxie Mets. I don't know if either of those players had a capture card, but they didn't need to. We just got to watch the game anyway.
which is really good. I think that they really hit the ball with the private battles here, and just being able to just hop in and jump in and get a room code and just see what you're doing in the game. I think that really does help improve the quality of streams, whether it be officially or just at home tournaments like this, which is really good. And I hope that this tournament here sets the standard going forward for more tournaments, more bigger tournaments in the VGC scene. The ultimate goal, us casters and players and people playing, we just want the game to grow. And this tournament shows that there's a interest in VGC, which I think is very important moving forward. This basically sets the standard, right? Over 10,000 people signed up to play this tournament. 10,000 people. Like, I would never imagine that in any like time frame in my VGC history, and now it's happening, and I hope that this happens forward. But nonetheless, we're going to pass it to the host of this event, the Grand Champions Festival. We're going to be passing it to Scrawl in a couple minutes here.
All right, we'll see you guys soon.
Not believe what we're seeing already in this tournament. Watchog is 2-0. Why is Watchog 2-0? Well, let's break it down. I have no idea why Watchdog is 2-0. But we are seeing some absolutely fantastic games here. We see Marcos proving that Mega Halucha is not just an entrainment gimmick. We saw a little bit of Aaron Zhang. We'll do a little more of him later. But now, I want to thank one of our sponsors once again. You've seen him in the corner somewhere throughout this entire thing, Surfshark VPN. Now, for people like me, and our casters, and many of the folks we've seen on stream, we travel a lot for competitive Pokemon. And because of that, prices can really add up. But with Surfshark, you can save a ton of money. Did you know that airline websites will change your pricing depending on where you're located? Using Surfshark VPN, you can change your location and fish around for the best pricing you possibly can, saving you money and punishing airlines for doing these more shady practices. Thank you so very much to Surfshark for sponsoring this video, or sponsoring this stream, and we'll be right back soon with round number 3.
option A
Yes.
for this one, I think. It naturally is where I'm thinking. It could be Luminion with the glowing,
Yeah.
but I think that's more a glow.
Finished phase.
A Pokemon's individual strengths.
Does it look like two eyes in the darkness or something?
Well, because doesn't its pre-evolution have the two?
Yes.
Maybe that's where
yes.
it just kind of rotates it, I think.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe the one in the front attracts the prey, but then unfortunately the one in the back draws in the predators.
Yeah.
So that's where it gets a little confusing. But we're going Lantern. We're locking in Lantern. Wonder what you guys at home are thinking on that, though. Results apparently already according to production.
Yeah,
so
let's have a look at those.
Let's see if we are 2 for 2 or if this was a complete rogue choice.
Oh, it is
Oh.
Luminion. Wow, they tricked us. Well, but they also tricked 83% of our viewers at home. Well, I mean, if there was ever one where like there is a Pokemon where it fits kind of perfectly,
Perfect.
but it's not the one, I think it's this one. So yeah, I don't feel too bad about getting lured in by lanterns, lamps.
Maybe, yeah, I'm confused. Are we the predator or the prey in that situation?
I don't know. Yeah,
You know?
probably the prey.
Yeah, Luminion definitely tricked us there, got us good. So we're 1-1. That's not a bad record, you know. It's okay, but we want to try and go one more, and there is time. Production say there's another one ready, Marcus.
Yeah, sure. Let's do it. Yeah, who's that Pokemon, Lou?
Well, we'll have to see. There's many Pokemon, Marcus. There's
Well,
a lot of
I'm
them.
asking you now. Who is that Pokemon?
Who's that Pokemon? It's going to be Gastrodon. Okay, it's not Gastrodon, it's a bird. Okay, it protects its young in its beak. It bobs on waves, resting on them on days when the waters are calm.
Okay, so in the beak, I'm thinking Pelipper.
Pelipper is what I'm thinking, or
But there's also
is it Bombardier? Has the big beak?
Bombardier. Bombardier is another one that comes to mind. But about the waves, bobs on waves.
I wonder if that's the rogue, though, that is making us think of a water type. But a lot of birds sit on water, don't they?
Yeah, but it's like it's
Like a
resting
seagull.
on them.
Bobs and waves. Could be Swanna.
Swanna is another one I was
Yeah.
thinking about. The waters are cold.
Is it Cramorant eats the fish?
Yes.
But I think that would be in the water, not bobbing
It's
on
not.
it.
It doesn't have its young in its beak. It has,
No, it has
Pikachu.
Yeah, or a Pikachu.
Yeah.
Okay, so it protects its young and speak. Could be Pelipper.
Yeah, they should ask us to come up with the options, and no one would ever get it.
That's so
It's
true.
too difficult.
It's always the worst thing is when you're like theorizing and then the multiple choice comes up and
Yeah.
none of them are what
Yeah.
you're thinking.
No, I think there's gonna be at least two of the ones we were talking
Yeah,
about.
I hope they're birds. Okay.
Well, two. Yep. Toucanon and Corviknight. Corviknight is like, no way.
Covenant would sink.
No way.
Yeah, it's too stressful for it. Toucanon? Toucanon's surely in a tree. You know, it hangs out in the
Yeah.
tree. It's tropical, but I think it's Pelipper.
Did you ever play the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games?
No, I haven't.
You missed out on those?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay. So
Oh.
there's a very, very cute cutscene where Pelipper delivers the post, the airmail,
Oh, cute.
and then it sits on the how do you say where it
Like on the
delivers.
ledge? Like on the letterbox?
Yeah, on the letterbox, and then it goes like pluck, and then
Ooh.
delivers the letters. So yeah, I think it definitely has room for letters. It might have room for the young in its beak.
I
so
think so too.
I think I'm feeling Pelipper.
Yeah, I'm going Pelipper. I think Pelipper is a viable choice. It is a good Pokemon. It is a tried and tested video game Pokemon. So is Corviknight, but Corviknight it doesn't work. It doesn't work as far as I'm concerned.
It also delivers people in the air.
It's true, it's the taxi,
Taxi,
isn't it?
yep.
Yeah.
But this one, I think it's gonna be Pelipper.
Yeah, Cramorant, I did think of it, but I don't think it is this case. I don't think it looks after things in its beak.
Also, one more thing. So for Pelipper, it would be Wingull, right? Which is obviously much, much smaller, and
Yeah.
I can definitely see it fit a couple of Wingull in there.
Oh, definitely, for sure. Well, results are ready. So any moment now, we will find out if it is indeed Pelipper or if we have once again been duped by Team Rocket. It is
Yay.
Pelipper. Fantastic. I mean, we had some variations there from you guys voting online as well. Cramorant definitely was, a rogue choice there that came in, and some even thought Toucanon.
Yeah.
Not Corviknight.
Corviknight, yeah, we all agree it's not Corviknight. But
Yeah.
all right, so that's 2 for 3.
Yeah? 2-1. I think that's a positive record. We take those. We take those every day of the week when I'm doing these Pokedex entries, because normally we'd be sitting at 0-3 right now. So Marcus, I appreciate your wisdom and your encouragement of trust your gut. Go for the first choice.
Yeah, we're still in the tournament at
Yeah.
2-1. So it's an X and 2 makes it onto phase 2,
Yes.
right? So yeah, feeling good about our result here.
We'll have to check what Zoe and Jamie got actually. and have a little bit of a competition with them. But speaking of competition, I feel the notable matches of our Phase 2 is ready. So you're leaving our Pokedex competition, coming back to the main action here in Prague. And Marcus was alluding to this earlier. Our two undefeated trainers, Mark Mullender and Victor Medina, are going to face off here to find out who is going to remain undefeated and who's going to have to take that loss here early in Phase 2.
Mark Mullender, 8 wins, 0 losses. Victor Medina, 8 wins, 0 losses. Our two undefeated players going up in this Zamazenta mirror match, but everything else besides the Incineroar is going to be so different. And yeah, that's going to be a great one to start off Phase 2 and to end our day 1.
And it's not the only incredible match out there at the moment here for this Swiss Round 9. We've got Taran versus Mikkel here. They've got that Rayquaza up against a little Clefairy. Again, one of these great support Pokemon with the EV Light, can be really bulky out there. And it's still, you know, holding its own against these big restricted Pokemon. Again, moving down the roster, we've got Stefano Greppi, Leonardo Bononomi, Forhad Chahuri as well, and Lewis Marco.
Yeah. We were talking about some of these players before, Michael, with that Rayquaza, Lewis with the trusted Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Zamazenta combination, and Forhad coming in with a little bit of a newer archetype there with a Calyrex, Ice Rider, Kyogre, and Tornadus. I don't think I've seen those three on the same team, at least not at the highest level of play.
Yeah, particularly not with that Smeargle as well to get up to some disruption. But I think if you have that Tornadus, you have the utility to go for that speed control, and, you know, a Tailwind, Water Spout can be so devastating out there.
Absolutely. But yeah, it's going to be all eyes on table number 1, Mark against Victor. Undefeated so far, and yeah, they're pretty close actually of making it into the top cut portion of the tournament, only needing a couple more wins there, and of course ending the day with a 9-0 dream record. Yeah, that would be an accomplishment that neither of them would ever forget.
And it would give you such a confidence boost going into Sunday's portion of the tournament as well. Victor, when I spoke to him earlier, was already feeling so confident. This is his regulation. He knows this team, and he really wants to go all the way. Victor Medina is so consistent, but he still has not got that #1 spot. So many second places, so many top cuts, but he wants to be able to call himself a champion, and he seems to be in a formidable spot to be able to do that. But Mark as well wants that exact same accolade, wants that same glory, wants that same achievement.
Yeah, Mark definitely a player that is constantly improving season after season, and already was doing quite well in Regulation Set I the last time it was around, but now has kind of perfected this unique team, kind of combining a couple of cores that we have seen before, but not in this very particular order. They're bringing in the Chien-Pao, Zamazenta, and Dragonite core, but then also the Miraidon, Incineroar, and Volcarona core. So very, very interesting to see what the plan is against this Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Zamazenta matchup, because, yeah, we've seen it before in his player run. He's definitely faced and defeated a couple of those before in the tournament.
So he knows his way around that matchup, for example, and I like the way the Chien-Pao can be so flexible, whether it's working with the Zamazenta, whether it's working with the Dragonite. Bringing that Sword of Ruin onto the field can be so devastating, particularly when we see the way these body presses are landing. Once it gets that defense boost up as well by coming into the field, already you know that the Zamazenta is in a prime position, but throwing Sword of Ruin, we've seen it go through Pokemon like Rillaboom, Pokemon like Amoonguss. It can really deal out some good damage.
Yeah, and it's important there also to note, of course, that Zamazenta's damage is not affected by Intimidate, for example, which is the downside of a lot of the physical attackers. So getting some extra proof against Incineroar doesn't hurt. But one Pokemon in particular over on Mark's team is one that can do really, really well against opposing Zamazenta as well, is that Volcarona.
Yes, we haven't even really spoken about that. A Pokemon that can provide some great redirection support, but also can deal some formidable damage of its own, particularly if it's able to get a boost up.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if this is an Electric Seed Volcarona, which is sometimes used on these Miraidon-based teams, because, yeah, Volcarona only struggles with its physical defense a little bit, but if you really want to be able to take some of those body presses, then having that Electric Seed boost up the defense is a nice way of doing it. And then, of course, there's also the Flame Body, which then, whenever Zamazenta is trying to hit it, yeah, that can burn away all the hopes.
All the hopes, all the dreams, all the offensive pressure that these physical attackers want to deal out. Unless you're something like the Ursaluna that likes to get, you know, the Flame Orb activation for guts, burns are never really a good thing on these physical attackers.
Oh yeah, Ursaluna would be like, waiter, like, give me more.
Yeah, come on, Volcarona, you know, give me the burn, I dare you. But on most of those other physical attackers, it can be very detrimental, and I think that's one of the nice things with Volcarona, where it can also be a Pokemon, you know, switching in, taking this damage, and then it can be, you know, the thorn potentially in your side.
Yeah, and both our players now getting ready here on the stage. Of course, Victor actually was in this very spot before playing against Matteo in Swiss round number 6. Now he's back undefeated and going up against Mark. So yeah, it's headsets on with our judges instructing the players. I mean, they know how it's gonna work. They've been in the spot before. But yeah, if you look at Victor here, I feel like he's having a good time. Yeah, he's feeling comfortable. He's confident in his team. And yeah, definitely wants to take this one as well.
And he knows the pressure of being on that stream as well. It's not going to faze him. He's been here multiple times before, even today, in fact. So he's kind of in his comfortable position, facing down against his next opponent. He's not going to be thinking too far ahead, one game at a time, keep that perfect record, and who knows if the championship title could be his. But Mark Mulinder, again, a competitor who's proven his skills to also be undefeated. They're the last two who can claim that in the tournament, and in just a few games' time, only one of them will still be able to say it here at the Prague Regional Championships. Mark's accolades on the left-hand side, you can see again a lot of top cut finishes, most recently in 2025 and 2026 as well. Dortmund, Frankfurt regionals as well, getting these top 32 finishes, as well as having some online success with the Grand Challenge. Victor Medina, in case you missed it earlier, look at those accomplishments, Marcus. LAIC finalist, NAIC top 4, World's top 8, and as well being a finalist this season already in Frankfurt. That I believe was our first event here on the European schedule.
Yeah, and also a finalist at Lille. Previously, if we all remember the Corviknight being frozen, stuck in the air. But now it's time to make some new stories, to make some new memories, and Mark is going to try and stop Victor from this undefeated run today. And it is a Rocky helmet on Volcarona, no electric seat. And let's have a little bit more of a look. Okay, Iron Head there on Dragonite, not that commonly used. We have Ice Shard on Qianpao, no Sucker Punch. That might play a role in this matchup. And then it is a Choice Scarf on the Miraidon. So yeah, a couple of Pokemon where I'm like, okay, this could be interesting. I mean, Terra Dark also on Volcarona, that could play a role against the Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah, it seems like the Volcarona is very defensive. You have, you know, the Rage Powder for your direction. You have Struggle Bug to lower the special attack of opposing Pokemon. And the Flamethrower there just for a little bit of coverage. You can use your same type attack bonus. And the Rocky Helmet as well, going to be dealing that additional damage if contact is made, as well as the additional threat of maybe that Flame Body.
Absolutely. A Flame Body is something that Victor has to kind of play around and think about it. Do you want to go for an attack, even though Volcarona could be switching in? But eventually, thanks to the Rage Powder, you will have to attack into Volcarona to knock it out. So I wouldn't be surprised if kind of the plan for Mark in this matchup was to be, okay, I have my Zamazenta and my Miraidon as my two restricted Pokemon, and then I choose Volcarona and one more Pokemon that I feel like has the best matchup into what I'm expecting from my opponent. So this could be Qianpao maybe. Just because, yeah, well, you get some priority, and yeah, you can take attacks from the Calyrex pretty nicely, but it could also be the Dragonite, because if you can force out the Terra from Calyrex, then, of course, with the extreme speed, you can Terra Normal, avoid any damage from Astro Barrage, and then also at the same time deal a lot of damage back with extreme speed. And also, interestingly enough, sometimes there are positioning where you can go for a low kick, which would also hit the Zamazenta for a lot of damage.
I think as well, the Dragonite on Mark's side, having that Aqua Jet, a trend we're starting to see move into these priority attacks so that you can hit those ghost types and break potential focus sashes and things like that, does give it that little bit of extra flexibility into Pokemon like the Calyrex pre-terrestrialization, or even the Smeargle post-terrestrialization if it is going to turn into that ghost type.
Absolutely. And yeah, Victor's team, we've talked about it before, but it is that protect the Calyrex team. 1 fake out, 2 fake out, 3 fake out, triple fake out, Incineroar, Smeargle, and Rillaboom. And Victor knows how to protect Calyrex best, and he also knows his matchup. So I'm pretty sure that Victor has a little bit of an idea. So even though this is a little bit of an unconventional team coming out from Mark, I'm pretty sure that Victor has had a look at this, especially also knowing that this matchup was going to be likely as the only other undefeated player. So I'm pretty sure both players looked at this before. And yeah, I think Victor could try and maybe use Raging Bolt. That's one of those Pokemon that can do well in matchups like these because, well, you get the electric terrain in case you need to switch in and out. Well, it's a little bit of an extra boost that you can use on your Raging Bolt. But let's see, it's Smeargle and Calyrex first against both restricteds, Miraidon and the Zamazenta.
Victor trusting in the Smeargle to be the first Pokemon to partner up with that Calyrex Shadow Rider and give it support against both the restricteds on Mark Mulinder's side. The Zamazenta and the Miraidon front and center. Electric Train on the field. Defense coming up on Zamazenta's side.
And already a big decision here for Mark on turn 1 because his Miraidon is Choice Scarf. So which move do you want to log into? do you want to try and play a Wide Guard mind game potentially to avoid any damage from Astro Barrage? Fake Out is active for the Smeargle. A lot is going on, but if you give Victor just one turn where he can move freely, then it's also an opportunity potentially to go for a Nasty Plot, and you can't really afford that. So yeah, maybe you need to cover up on the Calyrex. Electric Terrain is up, so Smeargle not as threatening with the Spores. So I think it's going to be all eyes on Calyrex this turn for Mark.
I think as well, if you can slow that Miraidon down with the fake out, Zamazenta isn't really threatening that Calyrex at all. It can only hit it with that heavy slam. And so Calyrex, as you say, could be in the prime position to get that nasty plot off. The fake out does indeed go down into the Miraidon, the only Pokemon that can really threaten this Calyrex, but no nasty plot to be seen. It's going to capitalize on this window of opportunity and go straight for the Astral Barrage, get some significant damage on both of the restricteds on Mark's side. Calyrex obviously taking some recoil from that life ball, followed up by this heavy slam, but Calyrex still staying in the game. Smeargle's moody boost, however, the speed boost coming up, lowering the attack, it doesn't worry about that. But as you said, the terrain is in play. You can't really go for those speedy spores.
Yeah, well, you could switch Calyrex into Rillaboom if you have it in the back and then go for a Spore that way. However, that is a very, very passive positioning, and then you would allow your opponent to take a couple of turns to wake up maybe. So another play that I would see for Victor is actually you could go for a Follow Me with a Smeargle and then Terra Dark on the Calyrex, just to make sure that even if it's a Snarl coming out from Miraidon, because Miraidon flinched turn 1, so didn't actually get to move, so now can choose another move. You can go for a Snarl, and yeah, we've seen a similar situation before, but the Follow Me and Terra Dark on Calyrex actually kind of nullifies this this turn. Well, you would still get the special attack debuff, but the damage could be incredibly high anyway.
Yeah, no Terrestrialization, but another way to bypass that Snarl is with a Wide Guard. Miraidon was indeed locking in for that attack, but Terrestrialization does not need to utilize because Wide Guard is going to completely block that.
And that is such a big opportunity now for Victor. If this is Astro Barrage, this could be a double knockout.
It's going to come through hard and heavy into both of the restricted Pokemon. It's a double KO. Victor Medina is able to get 2 Grimnate boosts right out of the blocks here on that Calyrex.
Yeah, what a big, big turn for Victor, identifying that, okay, this is one of those, okay, I know that you know kind of situations. So Mark there going for the Snarl, maybe expecting the Terra Dark, but yeah, no Follow Me. Instead, it is the Wide Guard, and what a great play there by Victor, putting him so far ahead in this first game.
I mean, this is exactly why Victor has this Smeargle with Wide Guard on. When I spoke to him earlier, he said, I need to protect my Calyrex. It's a fantastic way to stop these spread-type damage moves coming into play. Fantastic defensive support, fantastic offensive pressure.
Absolutely. And now with Chien-Pao and Dragonite, though, you have the option to go for some priority moves. However, you didn't even force out the Terrestrialization yet on Calyrex, so it is not even susceptible to extreme speed. And yeah, if it's a Follow Me by Smeargle, then Calyrex is kind of safe here and can go for another hit. But of course, Dragonite with the Terra Normal could try and avoid any incoming damage from Astro Barrage.
That's true. The Terrestrialization could work defensively in Dragonite's favor. Even if you don't, go for the Dragonite with the extreme speed here, I think the Chien-Pao has the capability to get that damage on the Calyrex. The Follow Me comes through, however, it's going to try and draw in all of those priority attacks and keep this Calyrex safe once again. Ice Shard comes through.
Yeah, but I think you can just go for the Psychic, and this is exactly what Victor does. At +2, this is going to be plenty enough to knock out Dragonite. You don't even need to play those mind games. And this is what I love about Victor's playstyle. He's not the type of player that kind of opts into those, oh, there's like 2 options. Which one are you going to do? Which one am I going to do? No, he always tries to find that third option that allows him to progress his board state continuously. And this is exactly what he managed to do here. Going for one kind of read or one play where he went for the Wide Guard, but it worked out perfectly. And so he's going to win this game without even revealing his 2 final Pokemon. Wow.
I mean, what a commanding duo of the Calyrex and the Smeargle. I think Mark now does need to utilize the remaining moments in this Game 1 and start thinking about Game 2 and what adaptations you were going to make. I mean, how are you going to get through Smeargle and Calyrex?
Yeah, and coming down to the first turn, that it went really, really well for Victor. But there's no kind of safe option for Mark because, of course, the pressure is there. Nasty Plot on Calyrex could have been used on turn 1, so you have to do something about that. And you can't just go for the Wide Guard that easily. So now Mark just, stalling out the remaining turns just a little bit to have a little bit of extra time probably to think about what he wants to do for Game 2.
Yep, Smeargle just once again going for that Follow Me in case an Ice Shard was coming through into the Calyrex. Astral Barrage, of course, not going to be connecting thanks to the Protect. And I wouldn't be surprised, Marcus, in the next turn to just see a repeat of this coming through. Follow Me, Astral Barrage, just trying to get that damage through.
Yeah, and eventually also the Electric Terrain would run out, so then maybe you can start going for some Spores. But yeah, I mean, both players know that this game is effectively over. If Mark can get a KO on Smeargle, then maybe you can see a little bit more information of what is in the back. But then, yeah, I don't know if you can really do much with that, because the team of Victor is also so flexible. He could do the same thing for game 2, but also he could just switch things up completely.
And he's not even able to fell that Smeargle from play. The Astral Barrage will come through. This, of course, is going to take Chien-Pao down to its focus sash, so you still need one more turn for Menta to come through. But seeing the Ice Shard damage, unless there's going to be some stat changes on the Smeargle, I feel like it could even take another one.
Yeah, probably. Or it could just go for like some spores. Yeah, I mean, at this point, the game is effectively over. Well, there is the defense drop. Maybe now Ice Shard is going to be enough. So Mark, at least,
just to get a KO on the board, right?
But I think Mark's team, it has the options to do something about this. It's not like, yeah, you just put Smeargle and Calyrex there and the game is over. Well, it was enough for the knockout. Nice job there, Chien-Pao. But because Smeargle and Calyrex offer so many different ways of how it can be played, Victor in this game just went for the one that Mark didn't kind of cover with the plays he was making. And so, yeah, I think it's one of those where you're like, oh, okay, I lost this one, but I kind of, well, I know the turns that maybe didn't go my way, but it wasn't because I made any like big mistakes, but it was just because my opponent made some better calls here.
Yes, and we've seen this before as well. Sometimes in a best-of-3 set, that first game can go kind of to a landslide victory to one trainer, but they don't necessarily end up winning the set because a lot of the information gained, a lot of the, you know, calculations may be run internally by these trainers in those moments can now be applied to the rest of the games in the set. So Mark could very well now have identified how Victor wants to play this, make those reads and adjustments, and then start playing Victor at his own game.
Absolutely. So, yeah, Mark, surprisingly to me, not bringing Volcarona at all, but maybe he's saying, well, against this kind of Calyrex-centric approach that I'm expecting from my opponent, Volcarona doesn't actually do that much. I mean, I could try and go for some struggle bug, but other than that, yeah, I mean, there's nothing really to redirect with Rage Powder if it's Astral Barrage that your opponent is using. And also against the Smeargle with White Guard, Victor has some ways to play around the Volcarona. So even though that is often a Pokemon that comes into this matchup, because of the lack of Quiver Dance, maybe Mark saying like, yeah, okay, actually Volcarona, I already know that I don't have to try this. Or maybe he's now thinking, okay, well, game 1 didn't go my way, but now I need to try something else. Then maybe Volcarona is the first thing that you could kind of look at.
And I think Victor as well has so many support options to help that Calyrex out. Game 1, obviously working with the Smeargle was a fantastic success, but you could always bench that Smeargle, bring in something like the Incineroar into this next game to be able to still provide that exact same support with the Fake Out, but maybe some more offensive capabilities as well.
Yeah, and then on Victor's side, yeah, do you really need to switch anything up? I mean, I don't really think so. Smeargle and Calyrex are just, yeah, strong enough to take on Mark's team. I think Rillaboom in the back is always a great kind of threat as well.
With the terrain, I think, is important.
Exactly, exactly. So that is something that you probably also want to bring, but you could switch up the order if you wanted to.
Well, it looks like Smeargle is not coming out to play right away. We've got this Incineroar and we've got the Calyrex by side. Opposing, once again, both the restricted here on Mark's side of the field.
So once again, it's a little bit of a fake-out mind game. Victor could go ahead and go for the fake-out. Now, Mark could go for the White Guard, which would move before the fake-out. But then if it is fake-out into Miraidon and Nasty Plot, then things could get really nasty for Mark. So you kind of want to go on the offensive, I feel like. And White Guard, yeah, but in the first game, Victor perfectly understanding the pressure that he was kind of applying there and then going for the attack anyway, despite the fact that White Guard could have been an option. By going for this Incineroar, maybe this could be one of those triple fake-out situations once more with potentially Rillaboom and Smeargle in the back, or maybe it's just Rillaboom and Zamazenta.
That's a good thing, actually. You know, is there another fake-out user in the back? Who would it be, and how would that calculate into these next couple of turns? How are they going to keep rotating to support this Calyrex?
Importantly, though, there's no follow-me threat this time around. So let's see there. If this is fake out into Miraidon, this could be really good for Victor.
Yeah, Mark taking a leaf out of Victor's book here and going for the White Guard, stopping an Astral Barrage from doing a huge amount of damage. But if this is a nasty plot, which it is, Calyrex,
get out of here.
It's not falling for any of Zamazenta's tricks. It goes for that nasty plot, gets +2 special attack. It didn't need the Grim Nade boost it got in the previous game. This Calyrex is unstoppable, Marcus.
Yeah, incredible play there by Victor. Once again, understanding perfectly what was going through his opponent's head. Mark there thinking, okay, well, after how game 1 went, it's kind of obvious that I go for the White Guard, but you know, it would also be a little bit risky for Victor to just go for the nasty part because I could body press, knock out Incineroar, and then where does the game go from there? But no, Victor then perfectly reading into this. And I guess, I'm pretty sure though, even if Mark went for the body press, Victor had a plan for that scenario as well.
Yeah. He has so much flexibility and has looked at all the moves and counter moves, and in this particular turn, called it so commandingly correct right here in this game too. Mark now has to find a way through these Astral Barrages.
And now, one of the downsides of going for Wide Guard on turn 1 is the fact that you can probably not go for a Protect here, because the move could fail, and then Victor's Calyrex with a Life Orb N+2 is usually trained to knock out Zamazenta with a Psychic.
Interestingly enough, the Calyrex on the opposing side goes here for the Protect, plays nice and defensively, and maybe wants to look what this Miraidon is going to lock into as well with its Choice Scarf. Looks like it was going to be, obviously, that Electro Drift falling down into the Protect as Zamazenta follows up with a Body Press. That does get a one-hit KO onto the opposing Incineroar, however, but knowing Victor, there's going to be another Fake Out Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, I feel like this is going all according to plan, because now you have confirmation, okay, Miraidon is locked into the Electro Drift. It has committed its Terra Electric, so now here's my Smeargle, another Fake Out. And now, once again, we can play this game where, okay, Miraidon cannot protect, so I could go for a Fake Out and Psychic, knock out Miraidon guaranteed, and only if there is a Dark type and the waiting in the back, that is one way for Mark to maybe get out of this.
That's a good point, actually. A Pokemon like the Chien-Pao that you can see sneakily on your screen would not be taking any damage from the Psychic type. It also is not going to appreciate taking, you know, the Ghost type damage, but at +2, it's still going to be formidable.
However, now I'm thinking for Victor, maybe this is one of those positions where actually you go for the Astral Barrage, even though there is the Wide Guard threat. But if you go for a Fake Out into Miraidon and Astral Barrage, there's not really any big downside that I'm seeing. So maybe that's also an option for Victor.
Yeah, exactly. You might fall victim to the Wide Guard, but then you can kind of still position things up on the next turn with some redirection. No Wide Guard to contend with, though. Zamazenta just going straight up for the Protect. A nice defensive play as Smeargle goes for that Fake Out into Chien-Pao. That is going to be breaking the Focus Sash, critically leaving it vulnerable and exposed to the follow-up that can come through on Victor's side.
Yeah, it was Psychic going into Protect there, so small victory for Mark, I would say. But now, how do you get out of this? I mean, Smeargle there is ready to support Calyrex with a Follow Me in this next turn. And then Zamazenta just used Protect. So Psychic into it seems so safe to get a KO. The Dark type in Chien-Pao is now already on the field, so there's nothing really on Mark's team that can switch into this move.
Well, Smeargle just going to go straight for a switch here. You know, Calyrex can always go for that Protect as well, play defensively, but Zamazenta's just going to come straight in here as well. Both restricted on Victor's side in play. Defense has come up on Zamazenta's side as Calyrex does indeed play defensively.
Oh, wow. Okay, not going for the opportunity here to launch a Psychic into Zamazenta. Instead, repositioning a little bit further, maybe trying to take the advantage to another level. And it's Icicle Crash into Zamazenta. Of course, that's not going to take too much damage. But yeah, allows Victor to bring in Zamazenta as well. And now you're probably threatening like 2 KOs at the same time with Psychic and Body Press.
I like this switch though as well, bringing in the Zamazenta to take that Icicle Crash, really, really nice, but critically you're preserving your Smeargle in the back. I feel like there was a position maybe where Zamazenta could have gone for the Body Press after an Ice Shard already breaking that Focus Sash, and then Smeargle would have been already gone from play. So you still have that utility in the back to support Calyrex later on.
Yeah, I think Victor wanted to preserve Smeargle for the Miraidon later on, because with the Choice Scarf, of course, it will outpace Calyrex, and it doesn't really matter how many special attack boosts it has. But now, is this a spot where you can go for the Psychic and Body Press from Victor's side, making it very, very difficult to deal with that?
Let's have a look. Terrestrialization is going to take to the stage here in Swiss round 9, and it is going to be on that Calyrex. It's going to be dropping its Psychic and Ghost typing, becoming a Dark type here. That's going to give it a lot more defensive capabilities, particularly in the face of a Chien-Pao.
Yeah, Chien-Pao going for the Protect, wants to stay safe, but is this a Psychic going into Zamazenta? Yes, it is, and
there we go.
Can it get the knockout?
Let's see how much damage it does. Not enough to get the KO, holding on with 11 hit points remaining. So Zamazenta is free to retaliate with a Body Press into its counterpart on the opposing side of the field. But Zamazenta, actually was going into the Protect there.
Okay, so Mark Zamazenta taking this attack, that requires some huge investment. But yeah, it didn't go for the Body Press into Calyrex, with which I kind of feel like maybe it kind of had to go for, like going for and taking the risk there. But yeah, Zamazenta dropping really low there for both trainers. But I think this is maybe benefiting Victor, because he can still play towards this endgame where with Smeargle and Calyrex, he can go for like a Follow Me and Astral Barrage. And as soon as Zamazenta is down for Mark, then there's no more Wide Guard. And I think, yeah, this is the kind of the spot that he is playing towards now. But for Mark, it's kind of tough. You would want to position Zamazenta next to Miraidon, but I don't really know how you would get there easily.
And the thing is, if you go for your wide guard, then you're not dealing any damage. The Zamazenta on Victor's side could get the KO on your Zamazenta, then no more wide guard.
Okay, maybe actually Mark found a way, switching in Volcarona into the Astro Barrage and protecting Zamazenta. Oh, okay, going for the wide guard. Interesting. Now let's see if Zamazenta, though, can make it through this turn.
Yeah, let's see what Victor has locked in here. Calyrex was going for the Astral Barrage, so the wide guard is going to block that coming through. A sigh of relief coming through from Mark here that call has been made correct. But what is the Zamazenta on Victor Medina's side going to go for? Is it going to try and get the KO? Instead, it goes for the body press onto that Volcarona that has switched in. Of course, not very effective. Is going to take that damage from the Rocky helmet, but no burn coming through.
Okay, now I guess you kind of take it to another 50-50 between Wildguard and Astro Barrage, because we saw Zamazenta over on Mark's side is faster. So you could go for a body press and follow me if you expect the Psychic, or you could go for the Wildguard and attack with Volcarona if you expect the Astro Barrage. Yeah, it's still kind of dicey. I'm not sure how much I like this positioning for Mark, but it's very, very risky. But, well, he has played himself into a spot where now he has a chance. A big turn. Victor could try and play defensively, protecting his Calyrex, but then that could run into Zamazenta just going on the offense. So let's see.
But as to wide guard or not to wide guard, let's see what the Zamazenta goes for. No wide guard. Calyrex goes for the Astral Barrage. This will not find his Mark and Volcarona, but will be able to deal with the Zamazenta on Mark's side. So that restricted Pokemon is going to go down. Mark loses that Pokemon. It doesn't really matter what the Zamazenta on Victor's side is going to do there to protect there, but it feels like this Calyrex has now got a Nulla boost that's at +3. It's so relentless at the moment. If Miraidon comes back in, however, there is no fake out on the field for Victor. That Calyrex is not going to be as safe.
Yes, yeah, that's what you have to do now. Bring in Miraidon, you threaten the KO with Electro Drift, you're just resetting the electric terrain at the right time and the right turn. But of course, Victor can let Zamazenta go down and then have Smeargle, and then there would be Fake Out and Follow Me pressure. So with Zamazenta now out of the picture for Mark, no more wide guard. And yeah, I feel like the lack of Tailwind on this Volcarona, the lack of Quiver Dance or anything, but he cannot really capitalize on this positioning. He has all the damage. He's pressuring with Miraidon, but Volcarona cannot really use a free turn right now. So yeah, I'm afraid it's going to be a protect here from Victor's Calyrex to take it safe. And then, well, you kind of... well, I wonder, do you even... Well, Zamazenta is going to knock itself out there with the Rocky Helmet as well. So ideally, you would want Zamazenta to stay around. So I'm almost wondering, do you go for a protect here with Volcarona?
Well, let's see. Zamazenta actually gets out of there saying, I need to hang around a little bit longer. I don't want to go down. And we're going to see that Smeargle come back into play. Yeah, and Victor was trying to counter the play that I was talking about, going for the switch, but Mark kind of read through this and went for the Flamethrower instead onto the Zamazenta, which is now the Smeargle. This could have been really, really bad for Mark had Zamazenta just stayed in. But now at least the Focus Sash is broken on Smeargle. Yeah, Smeargle has his Focus Sash broken, takes it right down into the red zone. We're going to just see the Moody Boosts come through. Don't think they're going to be too impactful at this point in time. However, Fake Out critically is now on the field. Yeah, but now, well, it seems like an easy Fake Out and Astro Barrage. But of course, Mark can counteract this by switching Miraidon into Chien-Pao and then protecting Volcarona, for example. Or do you try and let Volcarona go down so you can set up a Chien-Pao and Miraidon board? Well, I don't know my damage calculations, to be honest. How much damage can the Astro Barrage do from Calyrex? It's so boosted up. Plus 3. Yeah. And it has the Life Orb. Maybe this is enough. Yeah, this should knock out the Chien-Pao, actually. So then, yeah, if it does knock out, then you have to protect. I know being a Dark type, it normally gives it a bit of breathing room against a Ghost type, but this is that incredible Calyrex +3. It's still going to be a difficult battle for this Chien-Pao, but if it is able to hang on, that does indeed keep Mark in the game. Yeah, let's see though. Volcarona protects, so now Mark wants this Chien-Pao to go down, kind of. It's still not guaranteedly great for him, but
hey, round 3 is live. We are live, ladies and gentlemen. He's on the game. Let us take a look. See. Get out of here. Supposed to see that? You're not supposed to see this. Against Philip J. Fry 2. Scoville and Rain team. Rainy days. Scoville and Rain with Core. I do. Okay, round 3 is a go. Good luck. It's gonna be they're warring. I don't know if I should bring Chomp or not. I don't know. This is a very weird matchup. I'm muted. This guy is the Owen Master. Holy shit. Scarf. Err. Wow, that kills. Oh my god, man. Let's wrap. Open. Perfect. Yeah, I don't know what the damn bring in this damn matchup, man. I might just go like this. Like this. Switches. Let's say crit for crit, but like this one is not mad. Tailwind. Oh, I lived it. Why did I live that? I'm not fast at this. Why not protect to get moody? Legacy Rage Powder. Better. Better. I'm curious about. I'll just keep sending that lead. You just did not care for my Zard Mega Evolving. I feel like you just swap out Sneasel for Pelipper turn 1 and I just can't do anything. If I delay it, Mega, heck no Mega send up. Fine game, really. Something. Speak out too. It's not. Oh, we got the stadium. It's gonna complain. Inflict power. Double protected. He might just snipe off my Venusaur. Good. That's just one hit KO. Wow. Oh. Did not expect that to kill. $50. Say like not threatened by what you have out. I protect on the arch. You have to protect or swap something here. Let's go down. Like arch. This is fine because I just double into the arch. Yeah. Yeah. Shouldn't. Oh. But that wouldn't kill. I don't know why you bring arch in this. Just keep doing. Good games, my friend. Easy. Please, good luck. In your neck. Good luck. Alright. I see. $40,000 points. So. Yeah, 3-0. Wow. Not you, lady. We probably have time for this. Let's do this for the daily. What in the hell is this stuff? Age slash and you should light screen and I should KO you doing that. No switch. No one ever falls for that. You're gonna do it there. Hey man, quit your damn setting up and switching and shit. Apelia get chip on you. Or Ollie. Could Speam. T-Wave, you know, and get up. Speed my jumps. Protect. Ow. No, this is not. Why did I do this? It's not gonna do enough. At least I got that right. It's gonna be Zoroark. Am I crazy to make that call? Yes. No, no, no. It said levitate. You fucking moron. Oddly rock slide. This is a crit. That's a crit. Shit. That was a crit. Looks like your scarf. I'm about to get hurricane. Yep. I don't think it's completely over. If they go Polytoad now, then it's over. see if they get this right. Now I'm actually in the driver's seat. I have not been seeing your messages. I'm so sorry, Jason. I don't have OBS open. Oh no, I do. Yeah, what if Zora can like fake Mega Evil? I can win this. Is this Polito gonna protect? I think scared Politoed. Then he yawns me and I lose. Protect, you're scared. Shit. Yeah, that's fine. This Dragonite's so fast. Yeah, he's not Hypnosis. Oh my god, he landed a muddy both. No drops. Should always protect. Party. What kind of protect is that? Miss. This freaking Politoed, man. It's less screens. Take now. I have to go. Lance of Thunder, then Lance of Thunder. Like he's timid back smacks. Oh, cool. He's focus blast Ollie and he lands it. What a joke. What an absolute joke. Just wrap it up, man. Lock in your damn moves. If this Polytone misses everything. Oh, a double focus hit. Yeah, you're destined to win this game. Like, that was BM. Like, Money cleans up the game and he just... No, I do not want to add link. Thank you so much. This is why we run Open Team Sheet. I could have known if he was Ice Beam or not, or if he's Focus Blast, Yawn, Hypnosis. So many possibilities. You know that Rotom is scarfed? Heck, it's just fighting special coverage that any special attacker gets. Oh, Focus Blast, surely it'll hit if you just send it, bro. God damn it. Oh, bro, yeah, just run anything. Is I'm not even mad at the first Focus Blast because the Chople Berry. The fact that he just runs it. Yeah, in this item meta, sure, he can run Wide Lens. Wide Lens even in the game. At least he didn't get any drops. Wide Lens even in the damn game. Let's check, folks. Not seeing any Wide Lens. Do you see a Wide Lens? It's a scope lens. They even put scope lens, not even Wide Lens. That's hilarious. Reverse bright powder. Made this a atrocity. Atrocity raid cube. It's just Aggron. Maybe I should just lock Aggron this whole tourney. Let's have some fun with the boy. I'm glad he's actually decently viable. He's not the greatest. So tired. If every round is about to be every round is about to be 30 or 30. An hour and a half. I don't know if I want to continue playing. It's taking a whole day. I can't even play tomorrow if I make it. So I might have to drop anyway.
somebody that did testing his team as well. I think that it really one of the best ways to utilize Mega Kangaskhan in my opinion, because you don't always have to use Mega Kangaskhan. You have that option with that Charizard. One thing I did have problems with this team was dealing with Corviknight, and what really helped was adding that Charizard for that double mech option. So I think that it's really, really awesome. But I guess what's annoying is probably dealing with the Milotic mirrors here, because you don't really have a way to hit Milotic for super effective damage besides the Charizard. And you don't really want to bring Charizard in an Aerodactyl. So it's really rough to kind of deal with the Milotics, as you can see.
Yeah, I think for what's going on in this game, like I know we missed like maybe the first turn or two. I feel like if you're Pollen Puff Girl, you're pretty sad being the first one to lose your Mega when it doesn't look like the game has actually had to swap out of either of their leads of Garchomp and Melodic here yet. So that means very likely it's like full health Kangaskhan or Charizard in the back waiting to kind of turn the tides of this game. Like you said, the Melodic just looks like a really tanky Pokemon on both sides here. It's going to be tricky for either of them to knock out.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tricky. Let's see what...
As another pretty like rough turn for Pollen Puff Girl. Is this going to be maybe a Dragon Claw trade from the Garchomps? Oh, or if the Melodic is going for Protect, I think Pollen Puff Girl might be trying to set up for a Protect Earthquake.
So we're going to see the opposing Garchomp go for the Earthquake here. Going to pick up the Garchomp and bring the Milotic down to a reasonable amount of health here. Milotic on both ends do have Recover, so this damage might not be as meaningful if it's able to recover it all.
Yeah, I think for the game though, it's just a really clever turn saying like, hey, I'm not really, I don't threaten the enemy Melodic with that much damage. Let me go for the Garchomp anyway, and then the Garchomp just choosing to go for that Earthquake Protect play just makes it even more rewarding. Like even though the game lost their Garchomp there, I don't think that has to be such a big deal at this point in the game because whatever your Mega is, it's something that's going to be strong against this enemy Melodic. However, Charizard almost feels like it's coming out a little bit early here because we haven't done anything to address the fact that that Garchomp is looking at us with a Rock Slide right now.
Yes, and we didn't reduce its speed because we didn't go for Icy Wind.
Yes, you don't want to hit that enemy Melodic with an Icy Wind, activate that competitive, and give it a huge edge in the Melodic Mirror.
So this is going to be a very curious turn. This is where who protects? Does the Charizard protect here?
I'm here, just running the bathroom and everything.
We do know that some Charizards have the capability of living Rock Slide. So let's see.
Enjoy this awesome game of better players, I bet.
Is it able to withstand a Rock Slide? Let's see. Or does he protect here and go for Icy Wind? No, we're going to just see the Dragon Claw.
No rocks.
No rocks. So Dragon Claw straight into Milotic. Charizard, it's going to unleash that Solar Beam. I think with the chip, this might be just enough to get this Milotic. Let's see.
Melodic's pretty tanky.
Oh, no. It lives pretty comfortably there. But the reasonable amount of damage is going to be scalded into that Charizard. If I did mention that Charizard could live a Rock Slide, I don't think it could live a Rock Slide anymore with that chip damage.
And here's an Icy Wind saying like, okay, I think this Solar Beam is going to be doing enough to Melodic that I can give it the boost and just not worry about it later. However, if this had been something like, I don't know, a Rock Slide flinch maybe onto the Charizard, or just something else to deal with it, and the Charizard wasn't in shape to deal with this Melodic, it could have been a very different turn. I think the game is just playing this really well and figuring out ways to sort of like, take and mitigate risks at the same time.
Yes, I think they played it pretty perfectly, and the battle has ended. Pollen Puff Girl admits defeat and tries to strategize for the game plan for Game 2. So what do you think? It's a 6-mon mirror. The teams are exactly the same. Items, maybe not spreads, but items for sure from what I'm seeing. Everything looks the same. How do you approach this Game 2 in a 6-mon mirror here?
I wonder if one thing is like maybe, I don't know, like I said, we didn't get to see the start of that game, but I think Pollen Puff Girl losing that Kangaskhan at the start is something that's pretty consequential. I wonder if Kangaskhan is the right Mega to be bringing for the mirror. I have to say, I have a feeling it's at least viable for the mirror. Like, we saw both players choose to bring the different Megas, but I think bring Kangaskhan is definitely something you can do. You might just have to like figure out I don't know, better matchups for it than Garchomp and Melodic. Both of those are just like kind of okay matchups for Kangaskhan, not incredible or anything.
Yeah, I think like one thing so this is Game 3 actually, guys. So I believe Pollen Puff Girl had probably won Game 1 into the game-winning Game 2. Game 1 was actually a draw. My apologies, guys. Game 1 was a draw, so we're moving on to a game. I believe it's a
Game 3, but that's advantage for the game. Yeah.
Game 3. So, yeah.
Oh, and I guess if Pollen Puff Girl was to win this, I think that might mean sudden death is what would come next.
I would believe so.
Yeah.
That's how we would do it in an official tournament. So, Yeah, going back to the brings, right? I think that if I'm bottom up girl, seeing that how well the game utilized Charizard, that kind of makes me inclined like, hey, you could do it. I could do it too.
I know sometimes that's what happens like when you're playing like a mirror really similar matchup. It's like maybe you lose a game or you see your opponent doing something similar. It's like that meme with the guy like looking at the gem on the other guy's phone. Sometimes you got to take their ideas.
Yeah, and see who was able to move the pieces in a better position here. So we're gonna have to see that in game 3 here. I'm pretty excited to see Mega Kangaskhan back as two fellow unks in BGC. 2015, Kangaskhan.
Kang and AG, no less.
Yeah, Kang and AG. Like this is it for me. I'm popcorn it off. Where's the popcorn? I need the popcorn now. This is amazing for me. Let's go into this game 3 though. Like we said, let's see what these trainers decide to bring. It seems like we already know what they decided to bring. Seems it's Charizard and Garchomp.
Oh yeah, what are we
Arid.
seeing here? Is this like leads and we? I think this is leads and the camera is just being a little funky.
Yeah. So
I think the Aerodactyl is something that I actually wanted to mention from Pollen Puff Girl. That's potentially like essentially the best counter on the team to enemy Charizard. So if you really think the game is using that Charizard and you can figure out when the game Charizard is going to be there, have your Aerodactyl ready to counter and it'll work out well for you.
and we had the Charizard switch out immediately, not wanting to take any Rock Slide. Aerodactyl here is going to go for the tail, and then let's see what the Garchomp on the end. Pollen Puff Girl goes for the Dragon Claw straight into Garchomp. Garchomp withstands it pretty comfortably, and it's going to activate that Citrus Berry. Oh, no Citrus Berry on the end of the Garchomp. Actually, no, Unnerve. No Citrus Berries can activate due to the Unnerve ability. But on the end of Pollen Puff Girl, it will activate because there's no Unnerve on the end of the game. So
yeah,
pretty
Aerodactyl really like kind of rigging this Garchomp match in Pollen Puff Girl's favor, where otherwise, like if that Citrus Berry hadn't gotten off, I think Garchomp would be a little bit worried about like the spell tag Aegis/Shadow Sneak right now. Because the Citrus Berry, it's way outside of range of that. And on top of that, the game's Garchomp was just, going down to essentially any hit here. It was like we were wide open to something like an Earthquake from Pollen Puff Girl's Garchomp right now.
Yeah, if I'm Pollen Puff Girl, I'm going for Rock Slide here. I'm throwing the rocks at that Aegis/. Hopefully it gets a flinch here. If you're able to flinch here and get a strong Earthquake off, this is going to be a really, really bad position to be for the game. But we're going to see here what the Pollen Puff Girl decides to go for. It's going to be that Earthquake Aegis/ in shield form with very high defense stats. How much does this do? This is going to do at least 70-ish, 70 to 80%. Aegis/ does flinch. Why did I put that out there?
I think going for that Rock Slide was such a good play. It's like you go for this because you don't have anything better to do. I think even if Aegis/ attacks, I don't think Pollen Puff Girl is unhappy with that position even a little bit, because it's like Aegis/ can't knock out both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, so I think
So
for
it's
the
just going to be
remainder of
another
the
Rock
game,
Slide or another Earthquake.
yeah, Rock Slide Earthquake is going to be your choice of move. Aegis/ here is going to break the sash of the Aerodactyl. Shadow Sneak. I do like that, but critical hit
doing like more
Rock
than
Slide
Peter
is going to
Pharaoh.
go into that Charizard and knock out both here. And a very strong commanding position for Pollen Puff Girl in the last 2 turns. Literally almost perfect.
Yeah, I think the fact that the game felt like, inclined to swap Charizard into Aerodactyl was a sign of how bad that game was going. Just saying like, hey, I'm behind. I think I might need to count on some of those Rock Slides going not the way of my Charizard.
So what makes this mirror so beautiful is that calling the lead was really strong on the Pollen Puff Girls end, right? Knowing that my opponent won with Charizard, I'm highly likely to assume that they're going to bring Charizard again. And calling that on leads and being able to just tailwind and get a max amount of offense off was really, really good on the end of Pollen Puff Girl. And Milotic being at full and Garchomp being at 3 HP, this is not in a position I want to be in if I am the game.
Something that's interesting here is, like, I do think that this does look like a strong position for Melodic. Is it going to be enough to beat 2 full health Pokemon in the back? I doubt it. I wonder if Melodic could have shown up earlier, but I think something kind of making that harder is just like the Rock Slide and Earthquake spam that Pollen Puff Girl has had online essentially the entire game.
So we're going to see that double protect to maybe scout out for any protects on the opposing end of the game. The game calling that not going for going for protect on the Garchomp. I apologize. And getting that Earthquake off on the Milotic is really strong. And we're going to see Scald into the Aerodactyl. Pollen Puff Girl playing perfectly, Chuckle. Like calling leads, getting the Rock Slides when they're needing, getting the flinch, Earthquake into the Aegis/. I think this is just a very, very strong showing of what this team is capable of doing, even in the mirror.
Yeah, Aerodactyl being able to to protect there is clever because, like you said, Scouts out for protect. Also means Aerodactyl can do whatever it wants now. It could be a Rock Slide to try and finish off this Garchomp. It could be a Tailwind just to ensure whatever you have in the back has the most speed control. I think just something like a Tailwind Earthquake is probably the most measured play Pollen Puff Girl can go for here.
Yeah, and here, even if the the game gets a knockout here, you're able to bring in potential Charizard in the back and or Kangaskhan and just get off an immense amount of damage. We're going to see the Icy Wind should pick up. Doesn't even pick up the knockout.
We've seen these Melodics doing some pretty sad damage to Garchomp. Like, that's just a matchup where, like, in my head, I'm thinking, like, oh, Melodic always wins this. But then you see, like, the Earthquake's doing a lot and Icy Wind's not doing a lot.
And we're going to see that forfeit here. Milotic doing a pathetic amount of damage.
Yeah.
I'm telling you guys, the competitive ability is carrying this Pokemon.
You know, I wonder if we could have seen Melodic go for, like, something like a Scald into the Aerodactyl. Like, I think fishing for the double knockout with Icy Wind is reasonable. Like, sometimes you'll get it and learn both of Pollen Puff Girls back. But now, the game doesn't even get to know what Mega Pollen Puff Girl brought to that matchup. It could be Kang, could be Garchomp, and the way that the game needs to respond for that next game could have been very different. Now, they don't get to have that info.
Yeah, I agree. I think that mirrors are tricky. Like, it's never set in stone, right? So I think that both players played really, really well, especially when the game won their last game in the set. But nonetheless, Pollen Puff Girl showing that I'm here to play. My Aerodactyl's here to play too with that flinch. So I think that flinch was pretty crucial. But they already were in a good position even before that.
I think, like, knowing how to use Rock Slide like that, where it's sort of like you're controlling odds in your favor without, like, banking on them is really good. Because when some people talk about Rock Slide, it sounds like they're saying, like, oh, this is a dirty move. You're only ever fishing for luck by going for it. It can feel like that, but I think smart Pokemon players know how to make the odds work for them with plays like that, where it's like, regardless of what happens, I think there's a lot of things that are looking up for Pollen Puff Girl, whether or not the flinch happens.
And also, we have to give Pollen Puff Girl credit. They put themselves in position to be able to capitalize on flinching. I mean, off leads alone, they were just in a strong position, right? Charizard was led on the opposing end from the game, which is a gamble. You gamble that. If they don't lead Aerodactyl, then maybe you have some wiggle room. But when they do lead two Pokemon, like a Click Rock Slide into you're either forced to protect and or switch. So Pollen Puff Girl, knowing that, capitalize that as much as possible, going for that Tailwind immediately, getting off damage on any the Pills and Pokemon on the other side of the game.
I think it's really fun when a mirror matchup feels kind of rock paper scissors-y like this. Like, I like it when both sides have a way to call out what their opponent is doing. It's not very fun when a mirror matchup is like, okay, we're both going to lead our fake out and our setup Pokemon or something. In this matchup, like you were saying, Pollen Puff Girl said, like, hey, I think there might be a Charizard here. Not sure if that's exactly like what they're trying to call out, but that's what they found, and had like so much momentum based off it. The game was like, you know, I think, like you said, playing very well, just making like conservative swaps at the start of the game, and it just wasn't enough because of how commanding Pollen Puff Girl's lead was. And it's not like it's something that the game doesn't have access to an Aerodactyl Garchomp lead, just not what they chose to go for.
Yeah, I think regardless of what showcase of both players, but question for you, dual Megas on abundance being shown on these streams. Is that the standard for Regulation MA?
I think it really might be one of the standards. I think one thing that's interesting about some of these Megas is more of them have, like, you know, pretty hard counters. Like, let's say Garchomp is a Pokemon that, like, Charizard has to fight, like, Garchomp and Aerodactyl on a lot of enemy teams. If you think your opponent's going to bring both of those and you have a Kangaskhan on the team, probably be happier just using your Kangaskhan. You're not locked into just using that one Mega all the time. I think the weaker item choices than we've seen in the past is another factor here. Like, if you don't have like 6 Pokemon with their favorite items on your team, you're more likely to say like, hey, instead of having like, I don't know, kind of random 6 Pokemon, what if I had like a Tech Mega to fix some specific problem matchups for me?
Yeah, so we're going to see, I believe, a replay here of Pollen Puff Girl versus game. Or this is...
I think this is the last game.
Oh, this is the last game. I apologize. Yeah. This is the last game, so it's going to be Milo Garchomp versus Kangaskhan.
Are we playing under the Sudden Death rules right now? I think under tournament rules we would be.
Yeah, so I'm very interested.
Yeah, okay.
So, Kangaskhan and Aegislash versus Milotic and Garchomp. I'm assuming we're playing under the rules
Yeah, and that makes sense. Like, both of these are leads where it's actually pretty hard for these Pokemon to get knocked out right away.
Yeah.
I think starting with some of your bulky Pokemon when you're playing Sudden Death can make more sense. It's going to give you a little more agency over, like, what's happening. And it's not exactly like any of these Pokemon are slouches at damage trades either, besides Melodic.
Besides Melodic.
Melodic not doing quite as much.
Kangaskhan here in a good position here.
A
Going to
beautiful
Mega Evolve.
animation.
I've missed you so much, Kangaskhan. That Mega Kangaskhan is so beautiful here. Garchomp here is just going to protect. Let's see what the Milo just decides to go for. No protect on the Milo.
She's not going for the double protect.
Scald into the Kangaskhan. It's going to do.
Oh, the instant burn. This is, even back in 2015, this was like really the problem with the Kang versus Melodic matchup is like, sure, if burns don't happen, Kang's very happy, but Melodic just gets the fish for those burns every time. That fail double up into Garchomp is just so consequential here. That is a really, really punishing turn for Pollen Puff Girl. And on top of, like, you know, going for the double up, hitting protect, Kangaskhan, your Aegislash is in sword form, and if it doesn't try to protect here, it's liable to go down to 1 Garchomp Earthquake.
Yeah, and if you're the game, you're feeling really good because Kangaskhan can't protect here, so Dragon Claw plus Scald might be able to just pick
Oh,
up.
you're right. I think the game just, yep, you were completely right that they're liable to keep up the pressure on that slot.
Yeah, and Palm Puff Girl knowing that, do you think that the Aegislash protects here? We're going to just see a switch, though. We're going to see that switch into that Milotic, which is a pretty decent switch, but Milotic not known.
I was going to say, it might not even need to be like a protect from the Melodic. You could even just choose to go on the offense with like Earthquake yourself and Scald that slot at the same time.
That's
Probably wiser that didn't happen.
Yeah, so we're going to just see it protect on both ends of the Milotic and the Aegislash, and we're going to see an Earthquake go into the Milotic slot. Let's see how much damage this done. Let's see how heavily invested this Milotic is into defense stat. I think that's some pretty good size
That's
damage.
a chunky Earthquake.
Yeah,
Melodic, one of those Pokemon, a little bit like Float, where it's like Physical Bulk is one of its lower stats. It's usually going to be trained to kind of correct for that. Yeah, we see even this Melodic still taking a lot from Earthquake. I wonder, so if you're Pollen Puff Girl, how are you thinking about getting back into this game right now? I think Melodic is probably part of the key for you, like maybe, I don't know, but it's still way too early to go for Icy Wind. You cannot give the game's Melodic a competitive boost here. You might just have to focus on Scalds for the Garchomp or Recovers or something. I don't think you can make a more aggressive push than that.
We're going to see Aegislash switch out here, and the Kangaskhan come back. These burn Kangaskhan. Dragon Claw goes into the Kangaskhan, predicting the Aegislash to switch out, and Recover goes into the Milotic. Milotic healing its health back up, and let's see Scald going into the Kangaskhan. Wow.
Ooh, that's not one burn turn. Kangaskhan is going to be with us for one more turn. I think that was a really good turn from the game there, sort of saying like, okay, I think I've got a lot of pressure on this Aegislash, and saying like, okay, even if it stays in, it's getting hit with like this relatively powerful combo.
So this Kangaskhan, if it decides to stay in, it will definitely knock out into burn damage. So
Yeah.
if we're playing by the rules of sudden death, you need to switch this Kangaskhan out. You're kind of forced to.
Because it's not like this, I don't even think Kang and Melodic together can knock out Garchomp here because of the burn.
100%. Let's see what this just. Yep.
Yep.
It seems like we're playing behind these rules, Choppa. Kangaskhan's going to switch out. Garchomp is going to come in. Probably not the best switch. Dragon Claw again.
The game just not letting off the gas, saying like, okay, I see this low health Pokemon, I'm going to keep attacking it.
Yeah, and I like that. I like the Dragon Claw here. You don't want to switch your Aegislash into Earthquake. Dragon.
Ooh, the first Icy Wind, giving the game's Melodic a competitive boost at the cost of a lot of health on the Garchomp.
And we know that Milotic is going for an attack and move. They recovered last turn. So let's see what it decides to go for. Is it going to be the Icy Wind or Scald? If it's the Scald and the Garchomp, then this game is over. It's going to be the Scald and the Garchomp.
Yup,
Garchomp
easy
is going to
knockout.
faint. And the game, with an immense amount of pressure, takes this sudden death.
I believe we're playing
We're
sudden
sudden
death
death.
here. Yeah, we need to have that confirmed. But yeah, I think assuming those are the rules that we're playing under, the game has just like really played such a consistent game here. It's almost like how last game looked for Pollen Puff Girl, where it's like once you have a lead, just hang on to it so viciously.
We're gonna
not
see the
let your
battle,
opponent
and
get back in.
glad to see that we're playing by the official ruling. That's going to be a sudden death win on the end of the game. Who played magnificent. It was just amazing. It was beautiful. Putting pressure on the slots when needed, protecting that Garchomp that first turn, right? Getting the Kangaskhan going for that fake out, and that I think Poltergeist into that Garchomp slot was pretty good. Milotic ended up going for the Scald, fishing for that burn, and getting that burn on the Kangaskhan, forcing Pollen Puff Girl to have to switch out and find a way to get back into the game. Getting that burn was so huge for Milotic. Milotic, right? And you mentioned back in the past that was one of the issues, right? Milotic being able to fish for burns. And when it can fish for burns, especially in a sudden death scenario where you want your pieces to do what you want it to do, then it's unfortunate. So we're going to look at this replay again. This is going to be from, I believe,
This was the game, like game 2 of this set, because game 1 was a tie. This was the game winning.
Yeah, so we're going to see that Solar Beam dual-size him on the chunk into the Milotic, not knocking it out.
I think for me, really, one of the stories of this set is, like, how are both players trying to deal with the enemy Melodic, because it is such a tanky Pokemon, and once it gets one Scald Burn on a physical Pokemon, the damage trade is, like, even more rigged in its favor. I think in this game, part of the story of it, for me, is that Solar Beam hitting the Melodic. Once one of those goes off, it just, like, changes this Melodic war so much more into your favor.
But, man, wow. What a way to position that game. That sudden death. That was beautiful. It was like art. It was like knowing that, hey, like, if you can't switch in your Aegislash, because if I go for Earthquake, we know how much damage that Earthquake is doing, and I could follow up with a Scald or Dragon Claw again and pick up the knockout. But putting that pressure into that slot and forcing it to either switch or get knocked out was really good. Knowing that the Kangaskhan, if it stayed in, you win the game was also really good. Knowing that information allows you to go for plays like that. So this is really important to see and prioritize getting those wins in those sudden death games. This is not something that we practice.
Yeah.
This is not something
That's
that we
part of why
practice.
it's so stressful. Not only is it sort of just like, oh my god, I haven't practiced a single sudden death game with my team, it's also like, oh my god, this is like determining whether I win or lose the round. Sudden death is only something you play to determine the outcome of a round. It's probably a long set. Maybe there have been some, connection issues that lead to things like draws. It is always going to be stressful, which makes it all the more impressive that the game played such a clean game there.
And then
There was like really not a turn they got wrong.
No, not a turn they got wrong, and got everything right, even with that Scald Burn there, as we see on the replay here. Aegislash going to get that stance shape off and go for that Shadow Ball into that Garchomp. So yeah, big kudos to the game, showing why they got the game.
Why they are our player at 3-0 right now, and I think 3-0 is like a comfortable record to be at. I think I guess as a reminder of the tour structure here, the first phase of the tournament, the first day, is going to be 9 rounds. You need a record of 7-2 to even advance to the next day. Then on the next day, you need to maintain that record of X-2 or better after, I want to say,
6 rounds.
6 more rounds. Staying at that X-2 or better record is so important. You really cannot afford to lose games this early. If you do, you have to lock in afterwards.
Yeah, you got to definitely lock in, and lock in now. Start now. If you're 0-2, you still have a chance to make it to the end of this tournament. It doesn't matter as long as you win. Winning is the whole goal of this tournament, and I think everybody participating wants to win. So you're able to do that if you play the best Pokemon that you can play. And so far we've been seeing some really great Pokemon, so I'm very happy to see the way that people are playing. And I think that showcasing of Sudden Death was really good for the newer viewers that are new to BGC. This is not something that happens a lot of the time. So being able to explain basically how it works and seeing people maneuver pieces, because traditionally the leads that we saw before probably are not going to be the best in a sudden death scenario. The reason being is because you need to pick up a knockout. So it's either you go for something fully offensive where you know for sure you can pick a knockout out with your fully offensive piece, or you go for like a bulky defensive route that we saw with the Kangaskhan and Aegislash. But we did see a Scald Burn that kind of deterred those plans on the end of Polymorph.
I think you're so right. The rules of Sudden Death are really like so fundamentally different than regular VGC. Like, let's say, I don't know, in 2013 a format like Tornadus is a great lead for a lot of teams. Set up that tailwind, but give its life in the process. That is just not something you can do in Sudden Death. And there's some teams where it's like it is really going to shut out like some of your team's core strategies and ask you to play the game so completely different than you would have normally. I think, if anything, it's good that these players have a chance to like experience what this is like, or viewers have a chance to see what this is like before you run into these situations, at a live event. I hope people have a chance to learn more about what these rulings can be like.
And I think that the official Pokemon Champions website and the Play Pokemon are doing a great job info dumping a lot of what's going on within VGC, whether it be with meta Pokemon or just tips on cores with Pokemon, and Play Pokemon also getting those rules out there for players to know, like certain scenarios and situations. I think that just the growth of the game, like from when we first started finding out rules or finding out information about Pokemon, has just altered and changed. And I think just finding out a lot of this is just one click away now. When before it was just like, oh, and I might have to ask a friend, is this how this goes? Or So it's just good to see. I think we're in a very good transition into competitive Pokemon play, Trevor.
Yeah, I think I don't know. Just when it comes to like information sharing, the game can be so beautiful in that regard. Like, let's say another thing is like the platform that we're hosting this tournament on, Limitless. Just absolute blessing to the community. We get to talk about all these usage stats. We get to have like these team sheets in front of us right away. It's amazing how much information is at like our disposal as players that wasn't around in the past, and now it's something that everyone can benefit from when you're getting ready for tournaments, whether that's like trying to learn more about the rule sets and rulings, or what Pokemon and teams are most popular.
100%. And one thing I do want to highlight is show, guys, we actually have to cut this, and we're going to pass it to our Grand Champion Festival lead. Scraw, take it away.
What an absolutely insane way to wrap up round 3 of our tournament. We saw 2 players that could win this whole thing. Aaron Cybertron Zhang and Joseph Ugarte, both at 3-0 at the end of round 3. We also saw an extremely intense mirror match to wrap up our tournament, to wrap up our round. For starters, for context here, those 2 players had a draw, something almost impossible to make happen, because their teams were so similar, and game 1 ended with both of their Milotics on the exact same amount of HP. Now, we've seen people like Aaron and Joe, who we expect to start at 3-0, but not everything is as expected. The Watchog we saw in round 2 is still undefeated, and 1 of our 5 Passimians are still 3-0, and that's what we're gonna see next. Mocha Gotcha. Whoever he's playing against, they'll be on the stage. Now, for now, we're gonna say goodbye to Chuppa and Lorcy. Thank you so much. We're going to see Chuppa more later today, and Lorcy more tomorrow. So let me introduce you to our casters for rounds 4 through 6, Courtney and Cedric. Guys, take it away.
Well, thank you so much, Scroth. I really appreciate it. And I'm so glad that we got you guys for round 4. If you don't know me, I am Courtney, also known as Wiggler, and I am here today with the wonderful
Cedric Bernier. I go by Talon online, but yeah, extremely excited to be casting with you today, Courtney. We have a lot of exciting matches ahead of us, and most pressingly, we're going to watch the Passimian that is 3-0 in unexpected pick. I think Sejin Park was kind of showcasing it a little bit on his stream. I'm not entirely sure if the movesets we're going to be seeing are going to be similar, but yeah, excited to see a really underplayed Pokemon doing quite well in this Scraw turn in the Grand Champions Festival. Sorry.
I know, I'm so excited. It's one of those, like, honestly, didn't think I would be commentating over it today. I was watching a little bit earlier the Krog tournament, and I saw Oranguru get highlighted just from Avery's performance. As you know, they do those little trial or those little highlight reels from prior international championships, and so I'm actually really excited to see the counterpart of it as well. So that's what I'm really excited for, but I also have some ones that I also am secretly rooting for. So I know we're not talking about it yet, but we will talk about it sometime today, because that is one that I'm definitely running on my champions teams currently.
Yeah, you're absolutely repping it. You got the pin, you have the plushie, you have a number of plushies behind you. I've got, I guess, some plushies. Okay, cool. I got the mirrored screen right. So yeah, I have the Tyranitar, I have the Charizard. I think both maybe a little bit more meta mainstays, but would be excited to see, the Heracross actually beats them 1v1. You get Tailwind, you Rock Blast the Charizard, of course, the Arm Thrust into the Tyranitar. Chople Barrier, no, that's going down like a billion fold. So you might have the Mega matchup. You definitely have me beaten in the plushie game, 100%.
I have a few, just a couple. Can we say I might just like to have like little guys, is what we always say. Also, I have another one too. I love a little plush with a little bow. What can I say on that side? But I also love to see all the different combos that we're currently running in Champions. I think one of the things that when it came out, everyone was a little skeptical because there wasn't a lot of Pokemon that we've seen before. And so everyone was kind of scratching their head of like, where do we go from here? But I now think that since we're settled in, we kind of understand the different items, we understand the different Pokemon that are actually implemented. We've seen a lot of diversity, especially going into tour, especially showing all the different ones of that. We do have the Sneaslers, we have the Incineroars, cats out of the bag for them. But we also have some ones that we're seeing a little bit more, especially talking about Passimian, and also a little different ones for Scraw, Mr. Rhyme. I know he's very excited to see him as well throughout the tournament. Is there any Pokemon that you're really excited to see, Cedric?
So I feel like there's obviously the extremely popular Pokemon across whatever formats they're in, the Sneasers, the Incineroars. Garchomp is usually a little bit outpowered in formats by, most often it's been Landorus, but if there's a Groudon or any other strong ground type Pokemon in the format, it kind of gets beaten out. But Aerodactyl is a really interesting one where initially like in previous formats, Aerodactyl, like it's really only been notable in these limited decks formats in which Charizard Y is very good just because it's such a skewed matchup in its favor, being able to Rock Slide, Tailwind to get the speed advantage against it, and then Wide Guard in front of it in some cases, which a lot of Japanese players have been leaning on a little bit harder instead of the dual wing beat option. But the Aerodactyl is pretty interesting. Excited to see that coming back. I think the last time I saw it do any kind of success was, I think, 2019. Eduardo Kuna brought that to Worlds and did quite well, but other than that, it was like 2014. So over 10 years ago.
I'm back with round 4.
Competitively relevant, but at this point, I think people are wishing that it would just go away. The lack of Covert Cloak, one of the effects of that is that the Aerodactyl is
I drank a Red Bull and I'm feeling crazy. Not actually. I'm feeling a bit odd. Perish with Elephant. Is this an option to change style in match? Oh, make sure you change your. I love cutting up sentences short. I love it. Alright, so Raid Perish. I've never faced a Perish team ever. This will be very fun. I'm gonna try this. Seems stupid. Probably. I don't think you bring elephants. Maybe I'm stupid. Biggest fan of this combo. Especially the setup can. And my plan is to just launch Muddy Waters and hope I am faster than the Politoed. It's fine. I mean, Gengar already has pretty high special. Much. Oh yeah, I forgot you can do that. Yeah. Forgot you can just turn off my moves. Regular damage. I'm getting trapped. Oh shit, you do the team sheep. Thank you. Yeah, I got nothing else to do. I'm getting fucking trapped right now. Uh-oh. Let's see. Oh, I wasn't DCing. I can't do anything. The game's playing for myself. Yeah, I'm currently in the middle of getting Perish trapped. Kicked out. Yo, huge crit. What's funny is that this is not over. Shaka. Citrus. It's not over. Hmm. On an earthquake. Dude, yeah. Oh, I was gonna Dragon Claw that slot too. Or the Momo slot. Go instant, you protect. Can't really safe switch, nothing. Protect, Gengar, yeah, you can't. Everything's in. I don't like that play. Now I get the sun. Instant comes in. Really? Shadow Balls is hard. Oh, I should have double protect or double. Like I need chomp for instant. Take out the Sable. It's such a tough end game. I don't know what to do. Then Shadow Ball, chomp, yeah. Yeah, that won him. Double ticked it there. This Gengar guy's too fast. This bear stuff's stupid. Especially with rain that threatened my Polito. I don't know. Something. I am just freeballing this one. Okay. Man, I don't know what to do. Which move was it? Wasn't fake out. Perfect. That's what I wanted. Nice. I feel so boomed in this. At least got that right. Oh, I didn't check on that thing. Stupid of me. Wait, I would have lived last turn. Oh. Still in effect faster. Get me out of here. I've been booed. What am I trying to do? I want you. You. Mute you. Unmute you.
On its last few turns, especially. So now, I think it might be. Is it this turn or is it next turn? I need the little thing that they have on top. That was the highlight of what I saw on Twitter. But we do see that the taunt has worn off, and that Samuel T is going to go ahead and set up that tailwind, and that Floette is going to just do some massive damage onto Machagacha's side. We're going to go ahead and see that the Aegis Slash is going to take just a little bit of damage from there and go ahead and change into that blade form, probably targeting down that Mega Floette with the Iron Head, getting a one-hit KO.
Yeah, the Aegis
so
Slash
happy
is,
to see Aegis Slash is back. For real.
yeah, 2 Iron Head KOs on both of these player sides, but yeah, knocking out the Mega in Machagacha's case. In this case, though, it might be a little bit too late as the Garchomp is coming in. It has the Tailwind up and the Floette on the opposing side so low, it's definitely in range of the Earthquake.
Yeah, I just want to sit,
so
watch the tournament, and play Clash.
Yeah, on Machagacha's Aegis Slash, it's going to be really difficult.
This is what I feel like.
Samuel T from just freely clicking Rockside Earthquake and closing the game out without having to think.
I am just not in it.
It seems like it's a really
No, sir.
for Machagacha, especially now that they've got Tailwind up. That's also going to make sure that everything is secured from them. No matter the amount of protect, it's going to be really, really hard to get out of this situation. It is really fascinating to see that we, once again, Rock Slide. Sometimes it hits, sometimes it misses. It's going to go ahead and connect onto Machagacha's Aegis Slash, but we're going to see the Earthquake come out from Garchomp and just do some devastating damage onto the field.
Yeah, Blade form, not a prayer to actually survive that attack. What does it have? Base 50 defenses when it's in the Blade form, so easy KO for that really bulky Swords Dance Garchomp, which ultimately carried both of the end games of these matches. So really excellent positioning on Samuel T's side. Found out that the Aerodactyl was slower, got taunted, and wasn't able to set up the favorable speed conditions that it wanted. But good foresight to still deal with the opposing Aerodactyl on that turn so that you could set up for that late game Tailwind Garchomp in the end game. So unless we got something wrong about the judge call with the team sheet, it looks like a clean 2-0 for Samuel T to progress to 4-0 and unfortunately send the Passimian, which we didn't see in the match, to a 3-1. I don't think we actually got the pleasure of covering exactly what it was doing, so for all the fans at home, it was a Citrus Berry set with Defiant, Close Combat, Rock Slide, and Coaching, along with Protect. So interesting set. Unfortunately, wasn't able to shine in this matchup.
And that's slightly disappointing, as we all know, but understandable is when it doesn't look, when the cards don't align, they don't align. And I know some of us have definitely brought some of our favorite Pokemon with us to an event or an online tournament and just haven't been able to optimize them the best way. Not all Pokemon are made for competitive, but it's a thought that counts. We're going to go ahead and just watch a quick replay of our last match with Samuel T and Matcha Gotcha and seeing just how devastating these rock slides can be, and also how serious they can be as well with these different types of misses and also
Enjoy some better people play.
Yeah, I think on that battle it missed the Aerodactyl, which maybe bought Machagacha a little bit of time to get another rock slide off, maybe knock out the Garchomp. It ended up living the turn and as a result got into some trouble. And I believe this is the critical double protect turn where the Garchomp was able to set up a Sword Stance to allow for the late game sweep. I think this was really the key misstep on Machagacha's side, and Samuel T just excellent capitalizing off of that passive turn. But just having gone for a Dazzling Gleam, you probably actually reversal that situation. Whereas now with the Sword Stance going up, Samuel T just was able to take that 1-hit knockout on the Mega Floette and convert to a really strong endgame.
Yeah, and I think Garchomp is really has just made its space, especially within this regulation, of that it doesn't matter if it needs a Mega Stone or not, that it's going to still do so much damage onto any field that it lands on, especially when integrating a lot with different types of sand teams. I know I've seen a lot of weird evasiveness things come up around on the ladder as well, so it is really cool to see it though in play and also not Mega Evolving. So it's very fascinating to also see on that side is that we've had 2 Mega Floettes, but one just doing so much more damage than the other. So yeah, it's very fascinating to see how similar teams like this just were very much dancing around each other to go ahead and see, am I going to protect? Are you going to protect? Am I going to set up my Tailwind yet? Or are you going to go ahead and taunt as well? So a very interesting close match between Machagacha and Samuel T. Do I think the Passimian would have changed things? I'm not sure, but I'm hopeful.
Yeah, maybe you could have gone for a Rock Slide to stall that Floette just one additional turn, but yeah, I think you're right. Against this, against the Aegislash, against the Floette, even the Aerodactyl, it didn't really seem that extremely well poised, but there is one really cool interaction that I think both of us missed in both the game 1 and the game 2. In game 1, I think, because Unnerve was active, you could have actually poltergeisted the Basculegion turn 1 and knocked it out with the with that Aegislash Floette lead. And then in game 2, we saw Shadow Sneaks break through the Cassiberry and really put the Basculegion in range where it could be cleaned up quite easily later. So just excellent recognition of that field condition that Aerodactyl has kind of been known to be really strong for in this metagame, just disabling the ability for the berries to activate. So absolute mastery of Samuel's team there. Just solid play overall, and you can see why they're 4-0 in this Grand Champions Festival 6,000 person tournament. They are now just cruising along to potentially day 2 if they win the next couple of matches. As we go into the next match, it is JoeUX9, a stream mainstay against Valerio A.
Yeah, super excited to see this field, and also so excited to see Mega Aggron on the field as well. It seems if you've been on social media the last few days, there's been a lot of talk about Mega Aggron, so I'm really excited to see it here. And I'm also so excited to see the Mimikyu on JoeUX9's side as well. I saw it earlier in a match with Rosemary Kelly, and I'm really excited to see that it's also making a return here.
Yeah, I think Joe's team, he did play this team in the previous really large tournament, the Grassroots tournament, got a top 4 there and is now trying to convert that to another strong result. This Mega Aggron is, though, something of a tough matchup. With the Iron Defense and Body Press, it can really tank hits from the Excadrill, Tyranitar, and Corviknight on the other side of the field. But of course, if you're not running Heavy Slam, the Mimikyu could be a problem, just being immune to any coverage. And then the Rotom Wash can Will-O-Wisp you, and you take a lot of damage from any special attacks from the Hydreigon. So a lot of advantages for the Aggron, but we also see some of his weaknesses if Joe is able to play around it properly.
Yeah, and I think one thing that we have to go ahead and highlight as well, we see the Incineroar come in on Valero's side, is that it is running a Chople Berry with Flare Blitz, Throat Chop, Parting Shot, and Fake Out. So a little bit different than we traditionally see on their side. We're going to go ahead and see that Mimikyu target into the Incineroar, really not doing too much, as well as that Corviknight, doubling it up into that slot and taking Incineroar down to 6 HP.
Yeah, we see a follow-up of the Iron Defense from the Mega Aggron. I did just check the team sheet. It does have Heavy Slam, so this Mimikyu not as effective of an answer as I think Joe would like, and there's no Will-O-Wisp, which it can be known to carry. That is, of course, on the Rotom Wash. So yeah, breaking through this Iron Defense Mega Aggron is going to be tricky. Although we did see the Brave Bird do a lot of damage to the Incineroar, I'm kind of questioning if it already got a bulk up earlier in the battle to augment both its defense and its attacking stats to maybe kind of stand up against this. Oh my god, no, it doesn't even have body press. It has Brave Bird. This Mega Aggron is going to wall all over it as the Incineroar starts off the turn doing what it does best with the Fake Out.
What I will just say is never count a Mega Evolution down as we see the Shadow Sneak going into Valerio's Incineroar, knocking it out. We know that they are running that Sinistcha, but we're not sure what their last final Pokemon is. But we do see that body press going into the Corviknight doing so much damage.
I'm pretty sure that's a +1 defense Corviknight, maybe even +2. Oh my goodness, this thing's so crazy. Yeah, it's hit. For those unaware, the body press, a physical move that actually goes off of instead your physical or your attacking stat, goes off of your defensive stat, which also pairs with the defensive boost from the Iron Defense. So you're boosting yourself defensively and offensively at the same time, and you have just such strong offensive damage as the Basculegion does enter the field. It is a Choice Scarf Basculegion, so you could kind of freely just flip turn off this Mimikyu if you want to, break its disguise and follow up with a Heavy Slam, but of course Joe has Protect on his Mimikyu if he is kind of seeing one step ahead there.
Yeah, I think you have to be really careful about that, and I think Joe really respects that and goes ahead and protects the Mimikyu, making sure that it does not go down. And the last respects for the Basculegion is actually going to target into the Corviknight on Joe's side, while that Brave Bird is going to land into that Basculegion's. Oh my god, another one.
You're +3, wow.
Seems like it might be a little bit of a bulky Corviknight, but not bulky enough to take that recoil damage from the Brave Bird as it goes ahead and gets knocked out from Joe. We see the Mega Aggron automatically defaulting into Mimikyu. However, that Protect is going to make sure it stays around for a couple more turns, and seeing the Sinistcha returning back on Valerio's side and the Excadrill entering on Joe's.
So I think critically, Valerio identifying, look, in this endgame, unless the Shadow Claws start critting my Aggron, I'm not going to take really any damage from the Mimikyu, and I can always KO it in 2 hits with Heavy Slam, so let's focus on the Corviknight. If they actually knock out my Basculegion, which did come to pass, the last respect damage will guarantee that with the Brave Bird Recall, it'll get knocked out. We do see the Mimikyu start to go on the offensive. Shadow Claw dealing a lot of damage to the Sinistcha on Valerio's side. It has the Citrus Berry, so it's going to heal up quite a bit. Joe does have the option to Earthquake or go for a Rock Slide, which he's kind of known for with this Excadrill. Is it going to flinch the Sinistcha? If it gets Trick Room up, this gets really dicey really fast, and the Sinistcha is waiting a turn. It looks like it went for the Trick Room. Body Press is going into the Excadrill, brings us down to the Focus Sash. That's a lot of damage now in range for a Matcha Gotcha. This could swing everything. Is it going to flinch? Oh, the Sinistcha does flinch. Trick Room does not go out. That is such a huge turn for Joe to stay in this game.
Oh my gosh, and I know if you are in Joe UX's Nines Twitch chat right now, I'm sure you are popping off at seeing that flinch on on Valerio's side. Truly, it's such a devastating thing, but it's also really something that I feel like if you've been playing Pokemon Champions is something that you've come across while you've been laddering, as you've been training, especially in this tournament as well. Now, this is just a lot more dicey situation. The Excadrill is down to its Focus Sash, and we do see the Mimikyu going into the Shadow Claw, going into Sinistcha, getting it down to 6 HP. However, it is just not going to be able to hang around with that Iron Head from the Excadrill.
Yeah, Joe doesn't want to play the lottery with the Rock Slide accuracy this time, so just goes for the guaranteed damage to knock out the Sinistcha, kind of knowing that as long as the Sinistcha goes down and Trick Room does not enter the field, then you have speed advantage over the Aggron for the rest of the battle. And also, there's no Life Dews that can come out. Any damage on this Aggron is going to be permanent for the rest of the battle. It's going to really depend, I think, on who is in the back for Joe. If it's Rotom, I think we see that kind of highlighted, so leaving the Mega Pokemon on the bench. Still not going to love taking the body presses, but you can kind of chip this guy or the Mega Aggron down into a Thunderbolt range. You might not have to rely on a Will-O-Wisp. You could just maybe never take the body press in the first place. So I think on Joe to kind of navigate around and get the Rotom in safely to actually deal with the Mega Aggron.
Yeah, I think this is really interesting. I'm hoping that it is that Rotom Wash going into Joe's on the back line, especially when you see that Mega Aggron. We're going to go ahead and see that Mimikyu return back to Joe, and do see the Rotom Wash hitting the field, which is just really putting Valerio into a very hard position. The Iron Head goes into the Aggron, but obviously doesn't do too much with that Iron defense.
Oh my goodness. Okay, incredible read. Incredible read. Going for the body press into the Mimikyu as it switches into Rotom. That was a previously not super effective, but a pure immunity, would have done no damage that there. But Valerio knowing exactly that Joe is trying to get that Rotom in to get a bit cleaner of an endgame. maybe predicted an Earthquake or just generally the Mimikyu switching, but that switch and knockout is huge. At this point, the Iron defenses are set up. Excadrill does have a super effective move, but you're going to have to Earthquake into your Mimikyu. You can protect, but it's looking like we might need a lot of flinches or crits to actually close this game out due to a incredible read from Valerio.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and see that Mimikyu Shadow Claw into that Mega Aggron as well as that Rock Slide. As we know, Joe is going for the flinches to see if he can make it through, but this wall is seeming to be really, really tall as the Heavy Slam knocks into the Mimikyu, taking it out. Wow, this is such a dicey situation, Cedric. It seems like Valerio has really just set themselves up, especially with that massive read. This Excadrill just really doesn't seem like it's going to hold up past this.
I mean, does an Earthquake crit, even single target, knock out a Mega Aggron with Filter? It'll ignore the boost, but I think it's just such a bulky Pokemon. Yeah, Joe's thinks probably not, and maybe need a little bit more chip with your Rock Slide, but not going to roll it here as the Body Press is going to clean out that Excadrill as it takes 1, 2, 3 knockouts in a couple of, consecutive turns, I think. So just a superb sweep from the wall. Valerio A taking Mega Aggron against Joe UX9 to a 4-0 record. Yeah, Joe, one of the best players in the world across multiple seasons. Absolutely hot right now. Got a top 4 at the previous large grassroots tournament just a week ago. And yeah, to be toppling him with the wall, the Mega Aggron, incredible play from both players, but yeah, an explosive ending to that matchup.
Yeah, that was really down to the wire. I know that y'all can't see our faces as you're watching the live match, but both Cedric and I were very shocked about when that happened. So really excited to see that. And I'm also really excited to see no events show that Mega Aggron is getting its flowers, the well-deserved flowers, in my opinion. And that we also understand that maybe Attack on Titan was right. You gotta watch out for the wall, you know?
Yep, he's got scary faces just like the Titans in the wall. The Mega Aggron, very scary guy. Some of the Megas are very cute. They're adorable. Meganium, Gardevoir, exceptionally well-designed Megas. Mega Aggron, exceptionally designed in a different, more scary way, for sure. I think, but also just extremely scary gameplay. And as we saw, there's so many physical attackers stacked up on Joe's team that if the Iron Defense goes up on the Mega Aggron, it becomes very difficult to knock it out. We saw like even a crit Earthquake probably wouldn't have knocked out there, but I think Joe's attempt, at least in that early part of the game 3 that we missed, was to set up as many bulk ups on possible to at least kind of slow the pace of the Mega Aggron and knock out all the partners and then try and close it out with the rest of your Pokemon. But yeah, we see it kind of doing that. It knocked out the Incineroar, it knocked out the Basculegion, and it put you in a spot to knock out the Sinistcha with a bit of luck from the flinch, but ultimately, yeah, we are just playing through that sequence. The Rock Slide here, of course, very critical. I think Valerio doesn't even need the read to close out the match if Trick Room goes up on this turn. You've, of course, chipped the Excadrill into a Machigacha range, and then you can just go Machigacha, Heavy Slam, or to knock out the Mimikyu if you want, or you can go for Life Dew. But I think critically, this flinch on the Sinistcha made things extremely difficult, but kudos to Valerio for kind of responding under pressure and identifying exactly what happened on the exact turn it needed to happen and body pressing that immunity and taking a knockout.
Yeah, and I think that's one big thing that, especially as I have learned VGC and going through all the different types of regulations and all the different types of moves, it's really fascinating that sometimes you have to take those different types of risks and identify them of like, okay, it could just potentially still be Mimikyu there, but what if there's a switch in and what if it's Rotom? And going ahead and just saying, hey, this might be my only out, so I'm going to take that risk to do that. And it really did pay off. And I think one thing that we do see, especially with Pokemon as bulky as Mega Aggron, is that once you get one Iron defense up, it is really, really hard to start breaking through that, especially when you're looking a little bit closer at Joe's team, especially without that Rotom Wash to actually do anything on the field.
Credit to Joe, though. Towards the end game, it looked extremely dicey. Of course, you need the flinch on the Sinistcha, but something we neglected to mention is you did actually Iron Head the turn that you switched into the Rotom to potentially give yourself another out. If that read even happens, there's only a 20% chance that the Body Press is going to come out and get that knockout. So although that spectacular read did come out, at least Joe covered for that with both the RNG and it just being a crazy read to make in the first place. So I think a pretty informed play on his part, and just credits to Valerio to seeing the exact turn the switch was going to happen and punishing perfectly.
Oh yes, nope, 100% agree. And I think that really just shows some world-class players there of understanding like, these are my different outs, these are the ways that I have to identify that. And I'm just really excited to see that. And also, it's always so fun to see really high-level players playing and really learning all the different types of strategies, because I know I take a lot of information just watching different types of YouTube videos or even watching some of the different types of regionals and internationals. So really excited to see these and just start to try to absorb it, especially before Indianapolis. Now,
Yeah.
kind of going into the going back into champions, and let's talk a little bit about the item selection. I know that's been one thing that's been an issue to some people. You know how it kind of works. What are your thoughts about the item selection? I personally am loving it. I think it's so fun. I think it allows for everyone to be a little bit creative. I do miss my assault vest. Hopefully it will come sooner or later. But what are your thoughts, Cedric?
I think the best explanation I've seen that I like the most is from actually some people might know him, Wolf Glick, basically saying that the items selected, for the most part, all, if they activate, they display. There's no, okay, I faked out this Pokemon and for some reason it didn't flinch because of Covert Cloak. Sorry, my dog's ear is in the frame, but yeah, I think that's kind of how I feel about it, where it can be really disorienting as a player where, okay, I know this Pokemon is naturally faster, I have mine trained max speed, okay, I got outsped and when it KO'd. Why did that happen? Choice Scarf. Those kind of interactions that you kind of come to understand are, like, you can kind of, by process of elimination as you play the game more often, kind of understand what's happening. Those are really hard and disorienting to deal with when you're new to the game. So I think an extraordinarily brave, but ultimately really cool choice to actually remove those from the game and kind of remove a little bit of player creativity, but also add new elements by just incorporating new items like the resist berries that for the most part we hadn't seen in the past, as well as these really small augmentation items that you don't see activate but are so little that don't really disorient new players.
Yeah, and we're gonna get some bonus coverage from the production team, and seeing Mega Skull Villain put it up and set it next to Politoed is really interesting. I personally am a huge Politoed fan, but against the Tandemaus and that Milotic, as we were talking about earlier, it has become a huge pivotal Pokemon, especially within this grassroots scene, but also as we've been seeing on the ladder. So what do you think of this board state?
Yeah, I'm looking at these teams and they're both extraordinarily bulky in a lot of respects. The opposing side with the Mousehold and the Milotic on the bulkier side, we have, yeah, just an extremely bulky team. But honestly, these Scovillain teams kind of do really well against those with the ability to burn a lot of Pokemon. Sorry.
Yeah, no, exactly. And we're going to go ahead and see that Perish Trap. Go ahead and activate on Zach's side, which is going to cause a little bit of issues while the Milotic goes for that Muddy Water onto Zach as well. It's not going to do that much damage. It's just going to cause a little bit of accuracy to have a little bit of issues on that side. The Leftovers is going to go ahead and proc on that Politoed as well as that Milotic to get a little bit more back to them. And you're very much right on this subject. It is very, very bulky. We have a lot of different health that's being regenerated from Leech Seed, from Leftovers, that is just allowing these Pokemon to stay on the field as long as possible.
Yeah, as long as possible, but no more than 3 turns, as the Perish Song is active on all of these Pokemon, although it looks like there is a knockout on the Sneasler, but both of these trainers at least have a switch option in the future turn, so it's not going to be anything locked on the field. But forcing these switches can be punished by really strong attacks. Maybe Overheat in the Scoville, not entirely sure if it's moveset. But yeah, as we mentioned, just the passive damage from the burns and the Leech Seeds make the Scoville really hard to clear. And this Politoed, no slouch either. If it's only Super Fang and Scald in the Milotic, I think the Scald would maybe knock out in the rain, but the Super Fang not threatening much. So good on Zach to actually pepper in a Perish Song to put the pressure on to Konya.
Yeah, and as we're seeing in the back for Konya, we do see that Mega Venusaur, and currently what it's running is Protect, Sludge Bomb, Giga Drain, and Leech Seed. And we're not really quite sure about how much HP it has or if it is full HP, but it is a very interesting Pokemon that is definitely very scared of that Mega Skullvillain, but it's going to risk it for the Biscuit and swap out for that Tandemaus. As we see that the Politoed is also going to go back on Zach's side into that Sneasler. So this will be very interesting to see how that Skullvillain's going to react, and it's going to react with a Protect.
Yeah, definitely safe in the face of, don't really want to take a Super Fang even though you burn the Mousehold. That's just a lot of chunks of damage, and then maybe you're in susceptible range to a Scald on future turns. Gets the Sneasler in actually quite cleanly. You could have seen a Scald go right into that Politoed slot to chip it down and do either knockout range or put it very close with a burn. So the Sneasler comes in scot-free, does not get burned, and is now threatening a lot of damage. The Milotic, of course, may be able to take one close that's pretty low, it probably would go down. But of course, if you switched out in the face of the Perish Song, you will just get knocked up by a close combat on the mouse hold. So I think good opportunity for Zach to actually get that Sneasler in very safely. Probably kind of a difficult find, but was able to get it in, and maybe is threatening close combats or Dire Claws into the Venusaur and try and roll some RNG in your favor on that Pokemon.
Oh yeah, no, I think it'll be very interesting. I think Sneasler is one of those Pokemon that has really shined through, especially after Legends of Arceus and throughout Scarlet and Violet. It's been one of those pivotal Pokemon, especially with the Dire Claw and how much it can do to most people. I'm not saying I've Dire Clawed some people, but I'm just saying sometimes they've taken a nap after it. So it is really cool to go ahead and see it in this scenario. That Mega Venusaur is full HP. That is something that we have to keep in mind, as well as running that Leech Seed. I don't think it's really, we're going to see it too much, but we are going to go ahead and see that Milotic come back onto Quinia's side, and that Tandemos coming back in. The Fake Out is going to land into that Mega Venusaur, as that Skull Villain is definitely winding up for a massive overheat.
Yeah, big chunk of damage missed in that Venusaur as the overheat does miss. It's hard to tell since we entered in the middle of the battle whether the Scovillain had already overheated and was at a -2 special attack, but regardless would have been appreciated damage given that Leech Seed, a grass type on the Venusaur, so you're not able to go for damage that way, so any damage into the Venusaur would be really appreciated, especially if it has a Sludge Bomb to kind of answer your Scovillain with a really powerful attack there. The Maushold did get in free. I'm not sure if it's Chople Berry or Focus Sash, so maybe could have taken a close combat regardless, but now on the field protecting this Venusaur. Yeah, this Venusaur, kind of an offensive and defensive threat, especially next to a Maushold on the field is the Sneasler. Feeling that pressure, starts off the turn with the Protect.
Yeah, and taking a look at that Maushold set, it is doing the Chople Berry with Protect, Super Fang, Follow Me, and Taunt on that side. We're going to go ahead and see that Mega Venusaur go for that Sludge Bomb into the Poly 2, getting a critical hit and knocking it out, making it so that they're just running that Skull Villain with that Sneasler on Zach's side.
Yeah, the knockout on the Politoed, really nice. No more Pair Song that can kind of trap your Pokemon on the field or force switches later on. But at this point, yeah, Rain's up. You can't even really overheat the opposing Venusaur. That was like the one non-rain turn in the next 5 turns that you would have had. So I think a little bit challenging, especially with if there is Follow Me on the Maushold to get around. Just targeting into the Sneasler if it's a... I mean, it does resist a Giga Drain and a Sludge Bomb from the Sneasler. If there's no Earth Power, maybe it can survive a turn, but not if you go for a close combat. At that point, you'll probably go down. So I think dealing with this Venusaur offensively and defensively is going to be the big challenge on Zach's side. But, you know, no challenge insurmountable with the Dire Claw. Do we see an activation? No, we do not. Dire Claw, no sleep, no paralysis, and poison wasn't possible. As the Scovillain, no healing allowed for it. Really just completely locked down the board on Quinia's side. Really excellent play in this endgame.
Yeah, Quinia is just in a fabulous position with that Mega Venusaur, the Tandemos, but also that Milotic in the back as well. We do see that Scovillain was trying to go for that Leech Seed, but Quiniaa really respected that with the Maushold, and we're going to see the forfeit on Zach's side. What an interesting match as well. 2 very, very different teams, but very fascinating to see.
Yeah, that was interesting. I think, yeah, Venusaur, really uncommon. Scovillain has gotten a little bit more common with the ability, the Spicy Extract, just burning the primarily physical top threats in the metagame. So even if your Scovillain just goes down and trades for 2 burns against your opponent's non-mega threats, that can oftentimes be really effective, especially if you pair it with like a Parasong mode to kind of play defensively. So really cool team on that side. And then we also saw, I believe, Milotic Ceruledge, which is... Milotic's definitely sprung up a lot, but Ceruledge a little bit less common, and kind of exciting teams. I think on our end, we are going to take a quick break, but we will, of course, still have that bonus match in the background if you're interested in watching. Round 5 coming up soon. Myself and Courtney will still be on the mic. Stay tuned for that.
so far we have 2 matches left in round 4 of this tournament. Unfortunately, I have some bad news. Both our Passimian player and our Watchog player are now 3-1. Still a great record, but the undefeated Passimian and undefeated Watchog are no longer possible. But they could still win the whole thing. I want to point something out that was revealed to me today. It turns out that every single Pokemon in Pokemon Champions, except for 2, are being played in this tournament. There are 12 Mr. Rhymes, only 11 Pikachus. Really tells you something, doesn't it? So who are our 2 Pokemon that were unfortunately left out? Well, the first one is Fortress. Singles All-Star, not so great here, I guess. And the second is Dedenne. I guess people prefer the original Pikachu to the clones. So, we're going to keep going into round 5, where we're going to be showing off the Players' Cup Invitational 25th Anniversary Champion, Santino Tarcunio, as our next match. We'll be back very, very soon.
Yeah, I wish houses were good in the VGC. Saw some Stealth Rocks in SV, but I really don't see them. I'm not feeling too good. I might fucking bail out of this shit. Round 5 is live, but I've been Clash.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans, to the Grand Champions Festival Round 5. My name is Cedric, Talon Online, and today I have Courtney Wiglier. Wiglier? I'll let you do yourself. The lovely Courtney on the mic.
I love that. Yes, it is Wiglier. Everyone says it's a little bit different. It's always kind of a fun thing to see how people say it. But hello, everybody. I am Courtney, also known as Wiglier, and I'm really excited for this round 5 of the Grand Champions Festival hosted by Scraw VGC. Now, Cedric, let's talk about something really quick. I know we were just talking about recruiting and things like that in Champions. Now, I have a confession to make. It's really hard. This morning, I did run into my first shiny recruit Pokemon.
Oh, congrats.
Can you take a guess on which one do you think it was?
I'm going to guess it's on brand. I'm going to go Heracross.
Sadly, it was not Heracross. I would say if it was Heracross, I would have made it all my entire personality traits so far today. But it was Hippowdon, which...
Ooh. Girl Hippowdon, guy Hippowdon.
Wow.
Girl Hippowdon.
Oh, Girl Hippowdon sprite goes so hard.
It's
Perfect.
so good. It's so good. I was like so excited to see that. So I really am loving the new recruit feature in Champions. I think it's just a fun little thing that you don't necessarily need to recruit Pokemon, but it's really cool to see like which ones pop up and like how different they are. And I love that they have some of them have little titles. Like I got Tyranitar the Grumpy the other day, and I was like, this is very on brand for Tyranitar.
All right, we're hopping in.
Surprised to hear that despite being a someone with a YouTube channel, I have not gone past the initial $8 starter pass. I don't have the Pokemon Home membership, so I'm just trying to rack up as many of the recruits as I can, so that I don't have to go back and forth between Pokemon Home. Which outside of that, I feel like Pokemon Champions has been extremely accessible, easy to build teams, easy to get Pokemon, and I'm starting to build out a pretty solid, honestly, meta lineup as we are actually getting pretty close to seeing some potentially meta lineups ourselves as we go into this round 5. As we get a look at the players' team sheets, yeah, definitely a few that we've seen before, but a lot of interesting.
Maybe I should have bought Sneasel for Floette, but I'm not sure about Floette here. Seems very awkward for them. Oh, this is very weird for me. I hate this Rotom. This Rotom needs to go. At least I got that right. Oh, he crit me, man. Just can't win these. So unlucky with crits in this game. I just keep getting crit. So annoying. Oh wow, look, Nick, you crit back. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like it's the most unmattering crit in history. EG go next. Wait, what did I do? Oh, back and switch Zard out. At least I live one. With a miss, I guess. Oh, miss. Fun match. I had a lot of fun. At least I got information. I know that I have a T-Bolt. So, what else do I don't know anything else, really. Your webs, huh? Is that a crit? No. These things just drop. And a sleep powder, okay. Well, let's gamble, baby. Yes, sir. Ah, ah, ah. Finally, some luck. Here's hard. Stays asleep. Do I wake up? No. Snoozing. Oh! What'd you do, E-Wave? Unlucky. Just curious on what his Sneezer's gonna do. Maybe it's double. Would he go Aerodactyl here? I gotta say, that's fun. Let's see, Chris. I don't think. Yeah, he's still in this. Venusaur, dodge it. No. Wide guard. Oh, wow, nice. That's over. Double connect. Double accuracy drop. Here we go. Oh, or none. All right. I'm free. I'm free. I don't want to play anymore. I'm tired. Yeah, I just didn't know my team in it out. I just grabbed his team. Saw did well. But the speeds are very whack. They're like all adamant. Slow. Speed control seems always fast. I guys didn't say good luck at fun or GG's or nothing. Let's go, I dropped. I'm out. This format sucks donkey balls. Remove Sneasler. Get me out of here.